पेपर डालने तो
लेकिन फिर ये सब फ्लॉप होएंगे। हाँ।
How's it going, huh? Good, huh? See, देखो, even if you go to a film fair award, no, there people are made to wait for 4 hours before the set is. We just going to take 4 more minutes before the get started, right? And you guys are looking like stars today, right? To same feeling आ रही है. उधर से बहुत, इधर से ठीक है, उधर से आ रहा है बहुत. That side is connected. Right? वो का कम करो, वो बहुत आंख में आ रहा है, वो ब्लाइंडनेस दे रहा है. Slightly better. अब मुझे तेरा चेहरा नहीं दिख रहा, अब अंधेरा हो गया मेरे आंखों में. अभिषेक आ गए. Seconds, huh? To 4 minutes. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing today? This is no Bangalore style यार, थोड़ा तो मतलब शोर मचा चाहिए. आरसीबी जीत लेगा कभी ना कभी आईपीएल, I promise you, right? But today we're not here for the IPL. Huh? Sir, it is our job to make them make sure that they don't understand us, right? Can I have a big round of applause to start with Bangalore? Yeah, that's some Bangalore spirit. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rajat Mittal. I'll be your host for the day, and I'll try and keep you entertained, right? Today we're going to have a lot of fun, a lot of learning, right? And most of you guys are here for a reason, and we're going to ensure the objectives are served today, right? Well, just to talk about how we are here, why we are here, right? Right. What was D2C Insider, right? The gentleman sitting in the red, beautiful red shirt. मतलब शादी पे आए हैं आज वो. He and a group of people got together, right? They got together, made a WhatsApp group. The objective of the WhatsApp group is to share pain, because when they started the group, the ecosystem was hardly there. They are from OG group of D2C brand, when D2C brand was not a word, right? So they got together, sharing feelings, sharing understanding from each other. And I'm proud to say, I will not name the brands. Almost all the brands in that group are brands that we use today. Incredible story. What started with 7, 8 people is now a movement, and it's not a small one. The movement has 5,000 D2C founder part of it, 500 enablers, and 500 investors. And please give it a big hand to Abhishek, Kshitij, and Shruti, right? And by the way, just to clarify, this is not their jobs. They have businesses to run. This is purely out of love for the community, right? See, it's always said, right? A journey of a D2C founder or a founder is slightly lonely, right? It's said often in a lot of forums. This community ensured it's not like that. Because united we stand, all of us has heard it, right? But this groups, I am a fresh inductee into the group. I'm just 1 year old. But kind of energy that flows into these groups is incredible, right? How many people have been in the group for some time? Raise of hands. How many fresh inductees to the group? You should also ask how many are not part of it. We'll get you added, ma'am, if you're not part of the group. No, you're part of this today's group, right? They all get inducted into the regular groups, right? So don't worry about it. You will not miss the fun. Okay, again, how many are fresh inductees last 3 months or so? Your WhatsApp is going to buzz like hell, right? There are a few people who had to change their phones because the WhatsApp was buzzing so much that the phone shut down. Yes, and yeah, it's actually Arjun Vaidya. No, because people are buzzing with questions. There is a problem every day. Founders are here. There are the enablers, founders, right? All of them founders. Every day you wake up with a problem, right? रात को सोचते हो कि आज कुछ मैं नया करूंगा, सुबह उठते हो तो इतना कुछ प्रॉब्लम, there are so many problems which happened yesterday. You're firefighting the entire day. Isn't that true? Isn't that true? Now there is a place where you can ask questions. यार Shopify में ये फट गया है, मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? Is there a person who can help me with branding? Is there a person who can help me with CRM? Is there a person who's done something in Shopify? Is there a person doing that? And there is a person there who's done something, right? I know a lot of people here who've been part of this community for long, and they've been helping these young startups learn their steps along the way. See, there's one way कि आप चल रहे हो और आप गिर गए, आप उठ गए. That's the founder, right? But when there is help, you start running faster, right? So that spirit, company got started. And this is actually my 8th event with the communities, and I love the community. It's amazing, actually, right? And today we'll get you started, right? We'll start the day by a address and a welcome note by a very, 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 very close friend, Shruti, right? I keep telling her in the morning I met her, right? And I said, you keep smiling. So during weddings, right? During weddings, people are told, the bride and groom are told, right? Haste rehna. The entire day is like that. Your jaws start to tire, right? Everyone, most of us are married, right? Raise of hands. शादी हो चुकी है, शर्माइए मत, हो गई है तो ओके. But she is still smiling. Her smile is so infectious, and she's a powerhouse of talent, boss. She's going to start the day with an energetic welcome note, followed by what we call as elevate masterclasses. There are so many questions. There's so many questions that you would have today when you come here. We will try and address all, and we have a esteemed panel today to take you through those masterclasses. Right? Most of us are here. Most of us are here, right? After that, of course, we'll have a small break for lunch. भूख लग जाएगी सबको, सब इतना ज्ञान मिलेगा आप लोगों को. We promise that. We'll feel hungry. After lunch, there has been a there is a, we're going to wake you up again with some mind-blowing pitchathons. These brands are doing wonderful work. In fact, there are brands doing wonderful work everywhere in the country, right? Be it Surat, be it Delhi, NCR, Faridabad, Jaipur. These brands have been curated and shortlisted by a panel of experts who are going to present what they're making in front of you today. And it's going to be an amazing, amazing pitchathon, right? Followed by what we call as speed networking. I'm not going to talk too much about it today. Let it be a surprise what it is. I'm saying speed networking, right? So you can think anything you want. The only thing I've heard about speed is speed dating, right? So maybe, yeah, we'll make you think that something closer to that is happening today. But it's going to be fun, I promise, right? Followed by extremely distinguished people from the industry going to be on stage talking about their experiences, right? Talking about things that they've gone through in their journey and try to explain their journey to you. We'll introduce them and throughout the day when we go, right? But they are big names, guys, big names. The who's who of the industry is here, right? And after that, of course, we would want to network, right? So it'll be followed by the networking dinner, right? So please, without further ado, please give it up for Shruti who'll start the day with us. थोड़ा जोर से तालियां मारे, okay?
I'm one of the founding member. Today I welcome you all coming to our first ever global summit. 4 years back when actually we started our community, we never realized that there will be a day when we will be doing a domain based summit, and today is the day. I think many of you already know about D2C Insider, but those who don't know about the community, we started with few of the founders only on WhatsApp, like Arjun Vaidya, Moms Co founder, M Caffeine founder, and these guys are the early founders in the community, and they've literally helped us build the entire ecosystem. This got literally started as WhatsApp group, and now I think it's becoming a cult. If you are a D2C brand, you have to be in D2C Insider. And trust me, we don't say this out loud, but these words are music to our ears. That's how it is. So the idea of global summit is a seed that we are sowing to take Indian brands to global market. And we will. This is just the starting, and this is definitely our first event. But we will make sure that we should be able to build this as one of the strongest ecosystem in the country. Also, global taking brands to global is one of our vision also as a community, and we will bring out all the ecosystem partners. We will make sure there's enough learnings and things that you can implement in your business to optimize stuff, and that's how it's going to be in the community as well, and you can see that. We are now starting with our Elevate workshop, and
Right? By Deepthi Karthik. Deepthi, are you around? Please give it up for Deepthi Karthik. Deepthi, why don't you join on the stage? Deepthi is the founder of Decision Pinnacle, and she's an experienced sales and marketing professional, and she has 13 years of work experience. Right? यहाँ पे कितने लोगों ने 13 साल business शुरू किए हैं? She has more than 13 years of work experience in doing marketing across FMCG, e-commerce, smartphone and Apple category. Today, Deepthi is going to tell us and show us the way on how to build a brand, not only for India, but for the globe. And we are here to conquer the globe, right? How many of us think that India can conquer the globe? Indian brands can conquer the globe. Please give it, right? So let's make that happen, guys. Dikti, all yours.
Hi everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for making it here early this morning. Honestly, I struggled a bit with traffic, and I reached at 9 because some people told me this is at 9. No, uh, no. So this is a cultural thing, and I always say this. It's because I'm South Indian. I'm also born and brought up in Ghaziabad, so I understand the way of North, where office opens at 11. If there is such a big difference in South of India and North of India, just imagine what it'd be from India to Europe to US, so on and so forth. So it's super important to kind of acknowledge the fact that while we are all in different parts of the world, there are some things that definitely are common. I'm 100% sure there's an entrepreneur in Europe who's as passionate as an entrepreneur sitting in this room. So what we're going to look at is the commonalities and acknowledge the differences. So that's my segue into getting into the deck. All right. Oh yeah, this works. Okay. So I've been allotted 30 minutes. If I go over time, then all right, super, thanks. But what I've done is I've sort of managed myself a bit. What I'm going to try and do is talk for the first 15 minutes about developing a brand proposition, talk for 10 minutes about a little bit about how brands play in global markets, then the summit and how you can both, right? To have a deck, so put it there. See, a lot of people talk about B2B, a lot of people talk about D2C, a lot of people talk about D2C. But if you ask a marketer, they will tell you all businesses are edge to edge, human to human, right? End of the day, you are talking to a consumer who has geography, psychography, behavioral, attitude, needs, barriers. All of this is what makes you you. And think about yourself when you are picking another brand. Um, even if you are an entrepreneur and you genuinely appreciate the pattern with which somebody else has made, all you give somebody else is 3 scrolls on Instagram. You go to the Instagram, scroll 1, 2, 3, decide yes, no, that's it. That's the reality, right? And therefore, it's super important to make sure that you are capturing a human's interest when they come to your Instagram page. um, I don't know if you guys have heard, but there was a marketing 1.0, there was a marketing 2.0, and today we are in the times of marketing 3.0. I'll speak about this a little bit more in my following slides, but there is essentially a shift. So earlier, marketers used to speak a lot about mind space. Then it became heart space. Now it's spirit space, right? If that's not complicated enough for you guys to pay attention for the next 5 minutes, then I'm not marketed this slide well. Uh, See, essentially, it's about saying that first level of marketing is about product, and you're trying to convince the consumer value for money. One of the things that was not mentioned was I was heading marketing for a D2C brand called Dimension for the last 2 years, and therefore I want to believe that I know a thing or two about marketing a D2C brand. All start with, I think founders are fundamentally product first. They all want to communicate value for money, and a lot of consumers in today's world do convert basis of the value that the product is serving. But eventually, as you scale, it's also about, you know, customer focused, customer oriented, and therefore about social press. But our in this time, post COVID, is more marketing 3.0, which is spirit oriented, which is more about brand value centric. I don't know if you guys read about this report. The HUL CMO said all brands must be purpose led. In fact, there was a big audit about each brand. Is it purpose led, yes or no? And then has that purpose brought in them incremental market share in each of the markets they play with? Um, what I have on the left side is what a classical brand positioning workshop goes to. Obviously, we're not going through that today. It's a 2 week structure. But the one thing that I want to genuinely talk about is how most brands do have their brand core even before they are starting, right? You guys already have your brand positioning. I'm not here to tell you what your brand positioning is. But there is also a need to not limit yourself to the brand core and to then further deep dive and get into what is the brand persona. And that's definitely something that I'm hoping and assuming that all brands do put that work into themselves. If not initially in the first year, then definitely in the second year and third year as time and money and resources permit. um, I joined Sleepyhead 6 months ago, and it's a brand which has been in existence for 3 years. So in 3 years, obviously they already had their brand positioning done. um, when I joined the brand, I spoke to the founder, and the founder said, "We want to break the clutter of furniture category. We are a fun brand." The entire website was gray. The Instagram looked anything but fun. But the founder was sure of what he thinks the brand is. And if I scrolled back 15 times, then when the brand was started in 2018, it was fun. So while the founder establishes things, and then you hand over to teams, and then it scales, and there are more people who are handling stuff, it just somewhere becomes a case of Chinese whisper, and then already okay. And then it eventually becomes a scenario where the brand looks different than what the founder had in mind, and you lose perspective. So it's super important to ask somebody else. When I used to interview people, I used to ask, what are the 3 adjectives you would use to describe my brand? Every time you're interviewing somebody, talking to somebody, ask them, what do they think? Is it the same as what you think in your head? So what we did was to sort of, um, you know, bring about a big change, look at competition, look at positioning. So this is what it looked like earlier. Essentially, it looked like every other furniture brand. And honestly, furniture is not a category. Uh, I want to hold my tongue when I say this, but there's not a lot of innovation. A sofa is a sofa is a sofa, right? There's only as much you can do. Um, we wanted to make sure there is high engagement, high awareness, and if eventually there is conversion. This is what it looks right now. I'm 100% sure that's not the kind of imagery that you've seen on furniture brands. It makes you stop on Instagram and say, here, if it makes sense for everybody to see. They reported 30% in conversion. There's 100% almost increase in the organic following of social media. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is, honestly, your strategy really depends on what is the market that you're playing, what is consumer targeting, what your competition is. There is definitely no formula that I can just share with you. But what I can tell you is that when you put all these three together, your positioning should be fairly intuitive as to where you should. If you're in a category where there is innovation, big clutter, the weird one, and so on and so forth, right? So the positioning has to be very, very specific. It should ensure that there is relevance, there is quantified value, and eventually there is difference. One more thing that I definitely say, founders, as much as you're the founder, you're not the consumer. Try and distance yourself from the brand. Try and look at what the consumer is wanting and not just मुझे अच्छा नहीं लग रहा, मजा नहीं आ रहा. Those are the kind of biases that often prevent the teams from looking out of the sandbox. So define the sandbox for sure, but also loosen the strings a bit. Eventually, and I would have loved for some of the brands to do this. What is a brand proposition? If you were to literally just light one line and make a mention of the product, consumer, it's an attention grabber, have a headline, a paragraph, and then list 3 bullet points. If you add an image, then you're doing marketer's job, and that's it. The reason I put it here is because look at it as being on Tinder. You and your competitor are both there to get, let's say, the girl or the guy that you want. It's about getting a right swipe. So position yourself in the way that they want to see. Look at what they want in a partner and position yourself accordingly. Anybody in the room who does not know what this brand is? Right? It's L'Oreal. Do you see the brand logo? There is no brand logo, there is no positioning, but you know what that brand is. I think it's super important to know that because you're worth it is not the positioning, it's a tagline. Taglines are not positioning, but their positioning is actually create from beauty for all to beauty for you, which means when they want to talk about diversity and inclusion, they say beauty tailor made for you. They want to talk about climate, they beauty of tomorrow. When they want to talk about innovation, they say make beauty aspiration a reality. And when they want to talk about technology, they say new vision of beauty, which still means they're saying beauty, beauty, beauty. It's boring, but it works, right? It makes sure, and when you just put an image in a crowd of 50, your brand is guessed. I want to talk very briefly about the local markets, the global markets, right? There is a bit of um, commonality that you can find. In Asia, there is a need for a sense of approval, trust, and it's a lot led by the fact that there is a booming middle class versus a Europe where the middle class is actually stable. So the conversations are more about security, peace, privacy, opportunity versus a US where there is a shrinking middle class, and they're all moving the ladder because of the per capita income, and the conversations are about social status, aspirational value. Basis this, brands also react differently in different global markets. If you image on the right, you know that brand is Coca-Cola and all immediately are Coca-Cola, but they're all different in different markets. Only in India do they use a celebrity like a Sachin. However, in US and Europe, their creatives look different. And that is because for each market, they are trying to tap into a different human emotion. In India, they're trying to say culture, stardom, togetherness. In Europe, they are saying creativity, expression, inclusivity. And in US, they're talking about individuality and individual progress. I'll not go into all of those if that scares you. But Europe itself is 30 countries and it's like 30 states of India. Every country has its own culture and stereotypes. This is not that you need to amalgamate all of this and make creators for each of them. It's important to know, make sure that there's nobody who gets offended. I don't know if how many people know here, but Starbucks cannot run its logo in Middle East, right? So they have actually changed their logo for Middle East. Coca-Cola, there's a myth, but Coca-Cola, when put backwards in Urdu, it says something like, it's a myth actually. It says something like, I hate the devil or something like that. But there are a lot of such very, very fine nuances when you go global, that you have to bear in mind. And it's important to have a seasoned hand look at it, make sure that you don't get, pushback in a new market even before you have launched. Please tell me you recognize at least one of that visual. I wanted to talk about brands that have gone global. Let's talk about the brand that has truly gone global. Uh, the movie Drishyam, right? It's being made in Korean, it's being made in Chinese. Of course, it's originally was made in Malayalam, was made into Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, whatnot, right? Mind the differences. The same movie in India had a cable TV owner versus in China it had an internet service provider. You know how Drishyam is all about, evading the law. In China, the guy actually does go ahead and, um, you know, uh, go to the police and uh, how do you, profess the fact that he did commit the crime in some way or the other, because China as a country talks about social progress. That's what the country believes in. So the story is also not the same. The setup is not the same. And in fact, this guy, because he's a digital owner, he also does some digital hacks to protect himself. It's the same story. It's the same composition. It's just served in a different bottle. And it's super important to be mindful how you serve your composition in a different bottle. Um, this is something I would have been in some of these super interesting situations. So I'm literally sharing this from personal experience. It's important to share, understand the TG. Um, I am the fractional CMO for Sleepyhead. Products that we service here, which let's say a Duroflex or a sleep company that are considered premium in Indian markets, are actually mass pricing in US. So you cannot just believe that you're premium here and therefore you'll be premium elsewhere. If you talk about, like I said, imagine being Coca-Cola and KFC going to Middle East, where red is the color of the devil. How do you downplay that? You need to be conscious and aware of this. Recruit local talent. I was in the Nokia team, and the team from Finland was running this. So in Hindi, if you guys can imagine, it literally said no Kia instead of Nokia, right? Kya. So don't um, hire local talent. It's going to be super important. Don't transliterate. There is a difference between the two. Whistle Podu, the Chennai Super Kings tagline, literally, if you translate in Hindi, it'll say whistle dal versus what you want to say whistle baja, right? So don't transliterate. Adapt for culture and politics. Now, in India, because we have joint families and we have a huge middle class, but there's also parents that some of us live with. When you see a hospital ad, you will generally see people with their older parents taking them to hospital because that's a use case. In Middle East, joint families are less. It's young, independent couples, it's single income. So their imagery does not necessarily have an older person. Imagine marketing this from India and showing older people and people in Middle East going, what? Um, if I were to just leave the stage with 5 notes that I can have to you guys, I would say develop a unique proposition which works for global citizen. Like I said, like you are a passionate entrepreneur here. There's a passionate entrepreneur sitting in US. Look for consumer pain or one clear and brand identity. I want to give you an example. From 2017, if you were at any airport, you would have seen that Deepika big Oppo hoarding and Ranveer big Vivo. They were plastered around the city. I actually traveled to Thailand at about the same time. I saw the exact same hoarding with just a local talent. Have a common typesetting, stick to fonts, stick to colors, and just localize for that context. Obviously, digital driven marketing helps in kind of finding those early cohorts, which will be lookalikes of your cohorts in local market. Obsess on customer experience, great website. Please understand that if you're going to Europe, there is a Swiss speaking market, a German speaking market, and they are not as okay reading an English website as they are reading in their own language. Um, and like I said, find similar audience as your OTG. Those are my 5 pointers. I also was told not to make this salesy, but that reminded me that I have to also pitch myself. So just a little introduction, like I was introduced in the beginning. I've been on the brand side for 15 years. He said 13 because he's a guy. I'm a girl, so I'm a mother. So I count the 2 years of maternity as work. Um, I worked with I work with Unilever, I work with Snapdeal, I work with Nokia, and I was heading marketing for Dimension till recently. Recently started out something of my own. It's a growth and marketing consultancy. Um, we do 3 things. We work as creative and social agency partner. We work as digital media partner, and we also do a bit of PR and advisory. I'll be around. Would love to chat up with some of you guys. Thank you so much.
I think we would like to give a big swipe right to Deepthi here. Please give it up, Deepthi. Right? No, you're not leaving the stage. People might have questions, right? The floor now.
Hi. For that insight. Brand position. What's your brand position in mind? How important is price promotion, actually getting to trials stuff without affecting the brand negatively? And how often should it really be done?
Yeah. I was at Snapdeal and there was this new brand called Infocus which was launching its range of TVs and laptops. And I had a very animated debate with the marketing head there, where they said that we want to run an experiment with the price. It got a lot more clicks because there was a lot of intrigue on price, but the conversion are lesser because you were attracting a lot of consumers who might not have considered had they known the price. So it depends what is your objective. If your objective is to make sure that you're increasing brand recall, you just want to establish yourself, eventually you might have a whole portfolio of offerings ranging from mass to premium, and you just want the consumer to know that this brand exists, and by all means and ways leave out the price. But if you directly are going in for conversion, then you want to get only intended or in market or the right scope of people, then include price.
How often should that really be done without impacting the brand position?
Ideally, it should never be done, but who listens to the marketeers anyway? Um, I mean, if we're all creating top funnel, mid funnel, bottom funnel ads. Essentially, ideally, if the consumer is already interested in your brand, product, is aware of what the product and brand are, and still visit your website and they're interested, then sell to them. Then it makes sense to kind of put your price, more importantly, the offer. That's what the consumer wants to know. But if the consumer does not even know what you're trying to sell, what you stand for, and like I said, this is all human to human. This is marketing 3.0. This is about believing this brand is standing for a purpose. This brand is like me as a person. And therefore, first attract at a human level, and then comes to the price.
I have another brand.
No, she can have throughout the day. If we have throughout the day, so we can have conversation. But any questions from that side or this side?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Starting from what I understand, mainly the digital one.
Yeah.
Find certain things. How does that impact the pricing aspect? Because in the store, in front of you, decision making is happening.
Yeah.
Known brand versus unknown brand. So at that point, how important is that to make that switch?
You would never see a Mercedes Benz or a Rolls Royce have a price. So if you are in the premium segment, don't show price. If you are in the mid to premium segment, it makes sense to differentiate your communication again on the basis of, are you just trying to have a brand recall to sell? So if it's a dealer board, and you're literally imagine standing near a cool bar where you see a Coca-Cola or Minute Maid at 90 rupees. Yes, because that's the point of purchase. So at a point of purchase, by all means and ways, show price because it's point of purchase. But anywhere else, even when I'm sitting in a car, can I directly go and buy a Coke right now? No. So then if I'm looking at a hoarding, it doesn't make sense necessarily to put up a price there. So I would differentiate by mediums. Thank you so much, everybody.
Please give Deepthi a big hand. Lovely, lovely presentation, Deepthi. In fact, she touched upon so many important things, right? Right from the fact that you need to customize your pitch basis the geography you're speaking or basis the customer that you're talking to, right? Another key point that Deepti mentioned, which is extremely critical where I stand from, right? As brand marketers, we get too engrossed in what we think the brand is correct. We forget about the customer at times, right? Whenever you're taking a business decision, don't take it as the founder only. First, think about as a customer. Will I be okay with that decision, right? When I am making that, if I am okay as a customer, other customers might be okay as well. But think as customers, because end of the day, you are serving customers, right? So, lovely presentation to start the day with. Introducing our next gentleman who's going to come on stage, right? Raise of hand, brands. Just one sec, brands. Okay, enablers. How many of us are trying to optimize for ROAS? Raise of hands. For enablers, you're not helping the brand to do it. All of us are trying to optimize for ROAS, conversions, things like that, right? If you're in a forum of 10 founders and if you ask all 10 of them क्या चल रहा है, 10 of them will say ROAS गिर गया यार, क्या हो रहा है Facebook, what the heck is happening, I'm not able to figure out, right? And that world is a black box. All of us are trying 100 odd things at single point of time to figure out how the heck is it moving this way or that way, right? Having said that, the next gentleman who's going to come on stage, right? He is, I've actually attended a couple of sessions with this gentleman. He is absolutely mind blowing. He is a gold mine of knowledge in the digital, right? Help thousands of brands, right, in their digital transformation or digital journey, right? That includes brands like HDFC, Aditya Birla, Kotak, and I think there are 10, 15 here. I'll rather let him talk about it. Please give it up for Siddharth Gupta. Siddharth, he is the co-founder of Notify Visitors and Invite Referrals. Today, he's going to help you take that journey and also make you understand what are the key parameters and things to do while you're trying to actually get things right and conversions high. Siddharth, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Rajat. I think this is one of the most, um, you know, best introductions I've had from any host, and thanks for setting the stage. Great insights from Deepti. I think a lot of things to take away from that session personally for me. And then, of course, thanks D2C Insider team, Shruti, Kshitij, Abhishek, for building this community and setting the stage for enablers like us, and of course the brands, to learn from the community. I'm Siddharth. I've been in digital space since 2010, and I've helped many digital brands, including e-commerce. I've worked with the likes of Boat, Lenskart, Healthcart, 1MG, and of course, brands across the sectors over the last decade or so. I have built digital products for brands, SaaS products, and I run two startup products. One is Invite Referrals and Notify Visitors. Notify Visitors is a customer data platform that helps you use CDP growth and retention and what. And Invite Referral is engine to acquire customers at 1/3 your acquisition cost. So it's people refer friends and then get them onto your store. That was about me. Today's session is about how to leverage referral or affiliate marketing to expand globally or amplify your global ambitions. So, all of us, when we are buying a mobile phone or a high ticket size gadget, we would generally ask our close friends that which brand are you using? And it is 4 times more likely that you will buy a brand that your friend recommends. And that has happened to me. When I bought my first car, I asked my friend who had a good knowledge of cars, the brand he recommended, the model he recommended, I bought it, right? And these are high purchase points. Now, when we talk of global brands, Uber, Dropbox, what was their acquisition strategy? Many of us would remember when Uber launched in India, they had zero display advertisement, etc. What they had as their pitch was refer a friend a Mercedes ride, right? Indians were aspirational about having a luxury experience, and that's what they offered in their communication, that refer a friend, get them a premium ride, and that's how they acquired majority, I think upward of 50% acquisition purely on this marketing spend. And now imagine at that time the cost of acquisition itself used to be 2000 3000 bucks per new customer, and if you calculate it back to the acquisition cost, this would still come out to be cheaper, and it is creating a very good brand recall. They are reaching the right TG. So that's what kind of got them a huge base of customers upfront. When I talk of Dropbox box strategy was also purely based on referral. They will give you 250 MB of space. Back in early days, that was a lot of space. And then, for additional space, either you buy a subscription or refer a friend, in which case both you and your friend again get additional 250 MB, right? So, if you will see over here, the incentive is product-led growth, where they are saying that what you need, you have to get me another customer, and that's how you. So people would literally sit next to their colleague, have them open a Dropbox, and then get that additional space because there was utility also associated, right? So these are two examples, which we have seen have leveraged referral and affiliate marketing to a great extent. So what does referral program or affiliate program help you with? I'll say referral program more on customer side. It helps you reach the right TG. Because if I am a 25-year-old doing a job in multinational company, I will have my friend circle, my group of social of same demography, the same TG. So actually, reaching the TG is right there built into the scheme of the program itself. That's what it gets you. It gets you the right TG and a higher trust. Then when we talk about visibility, all of us know when we spend on media, the number of impressions, traffic, 50 to 60% budget, nobody knows where it goes because there is so much clickbait, so much, ad fraud that is happening. But in referral program, you are getting the right visibility. So if there are 100 people referring, they will have at least 5x visibility of 500 and to your TG, right? So this is why it is very important, contribution of the program. Now, with this visibility, what we have seen is that you will get close to 20% higher sale. So if 100 people are referring, you are getting 500 people visibility. 20% of this customer base would actually, you know, buy from your website or from your store. The reason being, this is the TG, it has a higher trust factor because maybe if I refer in my network, there would be people who would feel me as an influencer, and the higher trust would lead to much higher conversion rate. There's a 25% higher lifetime value because there is higher trust. So average spend that a customer does on your brand is at least 25% higher, and there is 50% less cost of acquisition. So when like I said, when you are making marketing spends, 50% of your budget you don't know where it goes because of the ad frauds. But over here, the acquisition cost, there's no media spends you are doing. Whatever you are spending is on the incentives basically, and which again not everyone consumes. So is a 20 to 30% redemption rate for that. So in a nutshell, what I've explained, brand who have a referral program versus who don't have, there is a higher trust factor. And now customer expect you to have such a program to, refer their colleagues if they like the product. So it's more customer centric when you have such a program on your digital assets. So how does the funnel look like? This is the first question when somebody is evaluating that what kind of an ROI will I get, right? So typically referral is an impulsive behavior. I'm not going to become a salesperson for you if I'm using your brand. But if I see an option to refer and I'm motivated, I, there are of the interview of who will be referenced. What it does is it gives you 5x visibility. These are the people who will at least give you visibility of 5 people, right? So if there are 20 people out of 100 who are referring, you get a visibility of 100 people, right? And because it's from a very trusted network, people get to know about your brand. Like one-to-one chat on WhatsApp, on email, or any other social connect that you have, there is a 50% click rate, which means you have close to 50 people coming to your digital asset. The second question people ask me is when to have a program, right? I'm just starting out my store. Should I have it from the beginning? Should I do it once I scaled up? Because as a founder, I'm always busy with 10 things, and especially when it's a launch, there are 100 things that a founder is busy doing, right? But this is something which is going to amplify. So if you're spending 100 rupees on marketing, you're getting 20% efficiency, 30% efficiency on that. It's actually lowering down your cost of acquisition by 20 to 30%, right? So it's important that you bake it into your product as a product-led growth strategy right from the beginning. Because if you are spending, it's making it more efficient and it's making it more viral. This is an example of one of the brands that I have worked with, and they have been using our program since close to 7-8 years, and they get visibility of 3 lakh targeted customers, pure play through referral program, and the offer they give as part of the program is 100 rupees on next purchase of minimum 1000 rupees, right? I'll talk more about incentives in my slides later. It's more to do with psychology and how people behave when they refer, and what are the expectations, right? Then there is another financial services customers, Kotak 811, and then there is IDFC as well. They, during the time of COVID, when literally everyone had cut down in the initial months all their marketing spend, referral was their primary channel of acquisition. For IDFC, it was driving 25% new account opens without any marketing spends, right? So this is the power of, when you bake it into your product and make it very easy for your customers to refer. So how does it look like when you run a program? You know, as a customer, I interact with your website, I may be transacting, I may be just checking out the products, right? At each step, or you may be communicating to me over the emails. If it need not be on my face that you refer us. It has to be subtly put somewhere in the communication, and people figure out, right, when they look your from their friend clicks on the link, lands onto your digital asset, makes a transaction. All of this should be seamless. There should be no manual code entering and stuff. It has to be a very seamless process. The technology tracks it, and the incentive goes out to the customer. Now, again, the thing which I mentioned at the beginning, it's nobody's going to become your salesperson. So it has, every communication has to go out to the customer, right? So if there is a referral sale happening, the program should communicate to the referrer who is referring friends that, hey, your friend came through your referral, transacted, etc. So all of the communication should go out over the channels to whoever is referring. So this is the construct, and I'll spend some time on this slide, and I'll talk about the incentive structure and how to make your program more visible for success in subsequent slides. So I bucket 3 key aspects which a program should take care of. Whenever you are designing program, you have to bucket your thoughts in these 6 basically areas. One is create a compelling offer. Now, a lot of the times people think that if I throw money, if I give cash, or if I give a very high incentive, my program will become an overnight success. But that's not how it would work. Of course, if you give, hard cash, then everyone would try to game the system and make, merry out of what you are spending. But the program has to be intelligently designed so that the incentive for a D2C brand, it could be a discount on the next purchase, which is giving you incremental sale, right? For Dropbox, it was additional storage space. For Uber, it was an experience that the user would want to have again, right? So you have to understand what your customer wants and that resonates with your product. That's how the incentive should be defined. Now incentive may not be, you know so what we did as an experiment with Lenskart was we were offering $2,000, $500, $1,000. We did an experiment, and changing the incentive actually did not make a huge impact on the program performance, because it's an impulsive behavior. If I have to refer, I'll refer and I'll go, right? So that's where it is very important you design an incentive which resonates with your product, is not burning your pocket, putting a hole in your pocket, uh, still keeps the unit economics positive for you. Second aspect over here is promotion of the program, right? You need to the success is basically dependent on your visibility of the program. So I'll talk more about this in the subsequent slides. Make it easy for advocates to refer. So when somebody, now I said only 20% people refer. Now, if you make it difficult for them that they have to register first, or they have to do a few additional steps, and that's when they can refer, out of that 20%, another 50% would drop off. Or if you ask them to enter the email ID, phone number manually, so you have to make it seamless. They can just simply click, it opens up their WhatsApp, they share it in a group or to a friend, they can import their contacts. So it is very important this you operatively, what is working. Maybe X channel is performing better, maybe this is the communication, or make it more gamified or interesting. How can I get the customer back to refer? Maybe for a D2C brand, there is a new collection launch which is happening. So it could be share it in your social graph and unlock a 10% discount. And you can have it as a monthly campaign, or it could be top referrer of the month who gets visibility as an ambassador on social. So you are making that customer feel important. In that case, you are making him the brand ambassador, announcing him on social channels, etc. So these are the different strategies how you know tracking, monitoring can really help you to design all of these campaigns. So I've already kind of focused that referral is an impulsive behavior, which means the more visible the program is, the more successful it is. It is not the incentive, but the visibility, right? So I'll focus more on how you can first make incentive structure, different kind of incentive structure, different kind of campaigns, and then I will focus on how you can make your program more visible and not make it kind of on the face thing for your users. So incentives could be on invite, it could be on syncing contact. So Lenskart was doing upwards of 5 million contact syncs every month. Simply saying that sync your contacts and get X number of points, or if a friend buys from your synced contacts, you get X incentive for your next purchase, right? On app install, on sign up, on registration. So, make it a staggered approach so that you can give incentives or vouchers at each stage of customer life cycle. Now, what kind of incentive? It could be loyalty points, but what works best is instant gratification, something that he can redeem or create an urgency. Here's a 10% discount valid only for next 2 months, right? It could be tiered structure of program, that if you do 3, you get X voucher. If you do 6, you get Y voucher, motivating customer more to refer and reach certain milestones. This is what I talked about, sync your contacts. This works really well because you are getting the TG contact. Then to these customers, you can reach out through your outreach campaigns. Doing the top referrer campaign, which I have already spoken about, right? If you don't want to spend on incentive much, you can say that top 10 referrers or top 5 referrers would get X incentive. That works equally well, as well. Then festive offers. If you have a new collection launch, new product launch, how do you make that viral? If you make it share and unlock kind of a campaign, then you're actually going to track. So for Shopclues, 6-7 years back, they had a reach of close to 3 million within 2 to 3 days of their launch. All they did was on their website, on their thank you page, said share this collection with your friends and unlock a 10% discount on your next purchase, right? So as simple strategy as this can work really well. For offline stores, you can have QR codes where people can scan. Now this is great activity to build your top of the funnel, to get your contact database built up. Because when you're shipping through marketplaces, you don't have the actual customer data. So if you place a QR code on the shipment boxes, on offline stores, people can, and you make it like scan and unlock a goodie, right? Then this becomes a way for you to collect the data of the customer, and then when you add a virality angle to it, then you are able to get more customer data and more reach for your audience. Now, coming to making your program visible, which is the most important part, I feel, in running this program. So there are four ways, one is EDMs, SMS, outreach campaign that you can do. Then there is your own digital assets, be it app, website, etc., that you can integrate with, and then on your social channels where you can promote your program. Traya again is using our platform for running their referral program. So over here, you can see they have created a white, landing page, mobile responsive, which they use in all their communication as a landing page to drive traffic and get the referrals going. This is how Lenskart would embed, refer-a-friend communication in their emailers, in their creatives to drive traffic to the program. This is, again, we get maximum output when you put a program at the point of delivery or at the point of purchase on thank you page, because that's when you get maximum referrals. So say your customer buys the product, goes on the thank you page, the next thing, because he's not going to do anything else, so you show a pop-up saying, hey, why don't you refer us to your friends? Then launching it on the WhatsApp. So these days, a lot of brands, D2C brands, are driving sales through WhatsApp, and transactions are also happening on WhatsApp. So leveraging WhatsApp to drive referrals is another great medium and works really well. Within your mobile app, in menu bar or on third app launch. So if you would have seen Hotstar or similar apps, every third launch or every 1 minute you spend in a month, they would show up a nudge saying, hey, why don't you refer? So Hotstar did really well in their referral program implementation again. This is what I stressed upon, stressing spending time on analytics, knowing how many people are referring, through what channel, what is the referrals per customer you are getting, sales, etc. Not just sales, but right from the top of the funnel, sign up, add to cart, sales, so that you know where you need to fill in the gap. So I think, that's what I had to share today. Uh, you can scan the barcode over here to connect with me on LinkedIn. I'll be around here for some time in the lobby and would be happy to chat up with most of you. And again, great audience today. It was a pleasure speaking to all of you. I'm open to questions, if there are any.
Guys, questions? Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Uh, That was very insightful, honestly. Not done much of referral marketing in my B2C days, but the question is that, as you can see, I'm an enabler. How do we do referral marketing?
Your good name, ma'am?
German Amenen.
Yeah. So, great question. In fact, I am a B2B enabler myself, wherein, brands use my software. So what we have done is we offer a subscription discount when somebody refers us, to a fellow entrepreneur or a brand. So that way, the volume may be less, but the deal size or the closures would be higher, right? And we did see, if you are a product-led growth product and, in $200, $300 range, $500 range, then that works. Or if you offer 1 month subscription, so because somebody who's using your product actually wants more of it, that's why he's paying for it, right? So I think that, and for you, I think lead capture is more important. So for you, conversion should be lead capture. From there, your sales team pick it up, close it, and that's how it can be done.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll get you the mic there.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that great set, man. This was amazing. One question I have is that, so all the brands that you mentioned here, like starting with Dropbox, I remember reading about that in Sean Ellis's Hacking Growth. right? They went head on with Microsoft and Google, and that's why they did a growth hack giving 250 MB. But back in the day, 250 MB was a great, a huge number, right? And most of the brands that you showcase here are big brands, right? So when you're doing a referral program, you said offer doesn't matter, right? But most of these offers that you're showcasing in the numbers they're doing is huge volumes, which for a business is cost to business, right? For a startup D2C brand, when you say an offer like this and distribution, do you think it's going to cost us a huge sum if you are to do, that kind of scale of referral marketing?
I think when somebody is referring, it's a very impulsive behavior. Like I said, we have experimented with offers, etc. And back then, Lenskart was not a very big brand. They had started out in 2012, 13. So, what you want to communicate to the friend is your product proposition. You don't want to tell to your potential customer that, hey, you are getting this discount, that's why you come here, right? So when IDFC Bank runs the program, they talk about the interest rate, which is a value prop for the audience, right? So what communication goes out should be about your product and why your product he should buy. Second, when you're giving it to referrer, it should be related to your product. Like I said, maybe they had the budgets, they would equate it to their acquisition cost. Now every brand would have a acquisition cost, whether it is 100 rupees, $10 or 2000 bucks. You always equate your incentive to your acquisition cost, assume 20 to 30% of redemption, and then decide your incentive. Uber, when it started out, gave premier luxury rides. Now it is hardly offering 50 rupees because the program is already success. People already know about it. So you can also make it in stages. Maybe upfront you give high incentive, then after 3 months you keep on lowering the incentive bar because the program performance kind of has matured enough to give the same returns.
All right. Thank you.
I think a wonderful point. Please give it up for Siddharth, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
See, he spoke about extremely something very important, right? And my friend over there also touched upon that topic a little. As founders, doesn't matter enablers or brands, we're all trying to acquire customers. For brands, most of the acquisition happens from Insta and Facebook. Right? Please correct me if I'm wrong, right? And it's a black box, like I mentioned, at least 10 times throughout the day, and I'll mention 34 more times whether they planned that way. But you are spending money. When a guy who's transacted with you, right? At least they've tried the product. At least they've tried the product. Now, if I know Shruti and I tell Shruti, yaar, why don't you try a product? Yes, I also have a monetary incentive of doing it, right? But when I tell Shruti, I am a validated influencer for Shruti. That yaar, Rajat bol raha hai, let me see, figure it out. So the intent also is 10x more when you're talking about a referral program, right? And like he said, you are spending money outside. There is no other channel which brands are able to explore today, right? Why not explore your own customers? Yes, we are small, but like I said, everything starts small, then it goes big, right? Right. But thanks, Siddharth. Lovely session. Please give it to Siddharth once more. So, as a professional, I'm a loyalty practitioner, right? People come up to me, loyalty mein kya kare, ye kare, wo kare, right? And I keep telling them that a program is not going to solve it for you. Right from the start, when the customer is entering your sales funnel, right? To the whole experience of buying, to the checkout, post-sale service, and the service after that, delivery. And then the product has to win, right? If the product is not good, doesn't matter what you give them, they will not touch it with a 10-foot fall, right? So in today's day and age, right, wherein we are trying to influence and get customers to our website, right? Every drop off pinches, right? You spend money on getting the customer and they don't transact. It hurts, correct? Am I right here? Especially if they drop off while they are making a payment or on checkout after they've gone through the cart. It hurts, right? Because the customer is almost there. Like there is this saying in Hindi, if I may, हाथ को आ गया मुंह नहीं लगा. I don't know if you understand that. It's basically it was almost there, but I couldn't taste it. It translates into that, right? That's where our next speaker, right? Advait, are you around? Come on. Please give it for Advait. Advait is a founding team and a product lead at Shopflow, right? These guys have been doing some fab work, on the topic that I just mentioned. Yep, thank you. Right, not easier for brands. Then at least when you take them there, they will not let you lose the customer, right? And today, especially when it comes to festive season, right? There are so many customers coming on the platform, right? Just to give you a parallel example, IPL made Dream 11. We all know Dream 11 as a brand, right? Dream 11. When Dream 11 was slightly younger and they were growing at a breakneck speed, right? They crashed the Indian payment ecosystem for a few seconds. And I'm talking about some 2018-19, where for 1 minute there was so much traffic that PayU shut down. PayU was a market leader at that time, right? It was that much traffic. So with festive coming in, it's important to know how to maintain the sanity of your checkout solution, right? Please give to Advait. He's going to be shedding light on that. And all the very best to all of you for the festive season coming in.
Thank you. And thanks for that introduction. Lovely to be here. Lovely to see a lot of brands and enablers coming together as well. Quickly, a round of introduction. I think, as Rajat mentioned, thank you. I was struggling with the name there. But as Rajat mentioned, yeah, I head product at Shopflow. For people who do not know us already, we are a checkout platform, specifically working in the Indian ecosystem for D2C brands. Helping brands with a lot of pieces around how they can optimize their purchase flow, how to get better out of the users coming in into the funnel and things like that. So when we had this opportunity and D2C Insider was kind enough to kind of reach out to us and we were having those conversations, I wondered what probably I could share with people here. And given we work with, I mean, whatever the number of brands, roughly, I think around 350 today. All of them, or most of them, they just, in our conversations with them or when we interact with them, the top piece that comes out was that, hey, festive period is coming up, sales are going to come up, we're going to ramp it up. What are some ideas that we can do? How can we optimize the funnel better, etc.? And through those conversations, what I realized was it's something everyone does, right? I mean, it's not a new thing for the ecosystem. It's not a new thing for the brands. Everyone invests a lot during the festive period. But there has always been certain pitfalls and certain things that some have done better and some have not. And hence, a lot of focus goes into this period as well, which is why, at least I thought, could share some stories and insights that we had from the brands, from our conversations. All of you here know your plans better, have your plans hopefully nailed out for the festive period. So I'll rather giving numbers here or anything, thought of sharing stories and insights from my conversation with a lot of brands, and hopefully you can walk away with something from that as well. But before we get to that, actually I was very curious about why during the festive period a lot of things change, right? And although the buying behavior of the consumers that all of us want to target as brands kind of remain the same, but during the festive period there is a slight difference, and we were trying to figure out what that could be. The interesting pieces that came out was that usually users and people, they tend to have a lot of sentiment around festivals, and in not just in India and globally as well, right? If you've seen the BFCM sales, that so much preparation happens for brands across, let's say, US, or the Christmas sales that in Europe is so deep. And similarly for us, we have here, the Navratris and the Diwalis, because it's ultimately to do around with sentiment. It's ultimately to do around with, the entire festive forever around gifting and offers. And that's where, in some sense, the buying behavior starts changing and people start looking for, how can I get a better deal? How can I give my friends and family a better product? How can I get the best out of the brand that I love? Right? And all these pieces start coming into the focus. And, this is just a statistic I pulled out from, I think, a report published by Paytm long back, I think earlier this year, but it kind of resonates that change in behavior, wherein certain categories get more focus, spending gets more focus. And there was a stat that the average Indian spending during this period is per consumer is roughly around 20K. So as a brand, as an ecosystem, you're actually vying for that 20,000 INR across categories, across the board. So it becomes very important as to how you get your strategy right, and hopefully some of those stories we can look at. And this is what I was talking about, right? They're budget constrained, of course. Indian consumer is budget constrained, even globally for that matter. Um, in US, although the spending increases 4-5x during the festive period, but still every category is vying for that pie in some sense. It's time bound. You have a limited period of window to gain your users' attention. It's of course category dependent. When you want to give people, there are certain categories that perform better. For example, consumer durables do a lot better than maybe some other category. Personal care and beauty and cosmetics come out as front runners in, let's say, gifting. So it's very category dependent, and people really look out for offers. So, brands plan for it. Of course, they plan for it, right? They look at data, they come up with insights, they figure out what's the best user cohort to go behind, what their incentivization strategy needs to be, so on and so forth. And they try to get their timing right, right? I mean, there was this one conversation I had very recently with a marketing lead at a brand, and he was saying that, hey, I'm not going to run any sales. I'm not going to put a single money when Amazon does it, when Flipkart does it, right? Because my CPMs are going to go for a toss. So how do you really get the timing right? I could share an example of Ridge Wallet. It's a wallet brand in the US. What they realized was that, and they tried BFCM for a couple of years, and they realized that it's not working for them. So they started carving out a period for them own, which was before BFCM, during the graduation day, during the graduation period. They started creating a festive fervor around it and started creating a campaign around it, because their product, which was nothing but a wallet, it resonated the most with people, students, and college graduates were just coming out, and their parents, especially fathers for that matter. So they figured out, and their insight was that it's better creating an entire narrative before the sales period starts rather than trying to spread myself way too thin. So how do you really get your timing right in this entire period also becomes a great focus for a lot of brands. Yeah, I mean, the slide was, where could it all go wrong? The slide did go wrong there, but yeah, that's okay. So yeah, this is where I thought I'll share a few stories that are conversations that I kept having with brands over the time we work with them. One of the main P's, and this is obviously the central theme when brands move into the festive period, that how do I target the right users, right? Everyone does the basics, right? City filters, category filters, financial high filters, high AOV, low AOV, etc., etc. But what is the insight that you can gain from your historical data that you can use to really get that targeting better in some sense? Uh, so there was this one house of brands that we work with, and the D2C head there had a very cool insight, which he said that, hey, whenever I run campaigns, I am seeing a strong correlation with the RTO spiking up. He tried multiple things around RTO flagging. There are multiple solutions in the ecosystem that do that today. And he said that it's not really working out for me, right? It's taking a hit on my conversions. I'm not really getting my margins right here. What he tried, and we worked with him actually to help him out here, to say that, hey, I mean, you're targeting these users basis on normal parameters, let's say on your Facebook or your Google for that matter. Why don't you try targeting very specifically to people who have a higher probability of ordering prepaid, right? And then see how your ROAS fits in compared to the other campaigns. Then see how your margins kind of fit in. And this is possible. I mean, in today's day and age, when FB is also investing, or Google is also investing a lot in how to help brands build custom audiences, I think the power of that is often underrated. And I think brands here can also share your stories, and would be happy to know more insights there. But a simple thing, what they ended up doing was they started using custom audiences and started optimizing for the conversion event where the parameter payment method equal to prepaid was there. Simple thing, 20% high prepaid shares, right? And better PNL. So it was a simple insight by just looking at data that this person had, and he kind of went and figured out a solution how to target better. And it worked wonders for him, at least with respect to margins during the sale, right? And that takes me to the next part. I think Rajat was giving the example of Dream 11 and how it brought down the payment infrastructure for a couple of minutes or seconds. Same thing can happen for your website if you don't account for it during the sale period. Again, an anecdotal example, there was this one brand that we work with. Um, they started seeing a huge spike, and this is actually their graph that I pulled out, and not naming the brand here, but huge spike on a single sale day in the last festive season. What they didn't account for was that how that could impact their website loads. Um, and again, going back to how user behavior changes during this period, you have a very limited window of opportunity to gain their attention and their wallet share. So experience matters, right? How you take the user through your entire purchase funnel really matters. The problem they were facing was that, and I've seen this with a lot of brands, and even at Shopflow, we have done this a lot on our, let's say, websites or even our product. We keep throwing in a lot of solutions because they say that they can do something for us. That really starts impacting your performance. Unnecessary apps or unnecessary JavaScripts loaded into your website really takes a toll, and that can really impact. And his conversion started taking a hit. The simple thing was to keep it neat and clean. During the festive period, you're already putting a narrative out. You have invested a lot in your marketing to get your narrative right and everything. Keep that narrative constant and don't bombard the user with a lot more stuff while they are within the purchase funnel. And that was a learning we had with them. And then he changed it, and his conversion started by spiking up again. Which brings me to the next piece, right? I mean, we are talking about targeting users and giving them a great experience, so to speak, within your own purchase funnel. Um, but we all know that during the festive period, everyone spends money, right? It's not just the brands who are going to spend money. It's the alternate marketplaces that are going to spend money, the quick commerce stuffs that are going to spend money. It's nothing but an opportunity, right? If you know the deep insight on how their sales perform, it's very easy to piggyback on them. So I was actually, again, um, sharing a story here. I was talking to one of the category heads, is a very dear friend of mine at a quick commerce platform. And over the last 2 years, what he told me was that one category that really does wonders for us during sales period is gifting, and it's often underrated. Right? They look at data, they figure out that these are the focus categories and products that they need. Great. But gifting works wonders. It's almost a 10x bump in GMV. And if brands can really use that to figure out what is that product portfolio, which will really work wonders for their user cohort and target segment, and use some of these alternate marketplaces to drive that when they're already investing in it. For example, I think, they start creating a separate merchandise for gifting just for that period. So that's how important they have realized the gifting section is for themselves. Using that to really drive some of your products, getting into the hands of people, could be something. And I think he shared a few numbers of two brands that grew 20x and 30x during that period. I mean, that's great for a 2 month, 2.5 month kind of period as well. So we talked about, kind of getting the right users. We talked about how you need to plan for your volume, your traffic spike, etc. But more often than not, and at least from conversations we have seen that it comes at the cost of the service levels, and that's something you should never ever let down, because at the end of the day, product that goes into the hand of a user who can end up becoming your biggest advocate is your biggest strength. So how do you ensure your quality levels and your service levels are never down during this period, in spite of the huge bump in volume that you want to drive as a business, becomes very important. And one example here is from an apparel brand. And I was talking to their marketing head. And what she was telling me was, last year, they were very happy at the start of the festive period because they were getting huge bump in sales. The campaigns worked wonders. They were targeting the right users. So they also wanted to start creating a flywheel, and we'll talk about that in a bit, what that means. But a lot of it kind of went haywire because they didn't account for their warehouse management properly. Wrong shipments going to customers, service levels not being met, bad customer experience. They wanted to create a loop after some of these packages went to the customers to get them back again. Entire plan failed just because they forgot that, you know, my service levels need to be looked at. So this year around, what they did was that they just staffed it up. They staffed their value chain up to ensure that they are at the right place to handle these heavy loads and heavy traffics, which is very interesting because what this ended up hampering was their plan to start really creating a loop. And what is that loop, right? Which is where I think Siddharth was talking a very insightful session on how referrals can work wonders, right? I think that's a great point for brands to like really look at during the festive period as well. How do I convert the users into advocates during this period? Because you're anyway spending, you're anyway going to get a spike in traffic, right? How do I really move some of my users to more loyal during this period? How do I shift them to a cohort where probably repeat rate can be higher? Um, and that is a very interesting piece in some sense that can be done. And referral could be one way you can do it. User generated content. Brands have done this brilliantly over. I think one example I can give is last year when Virgio did a campaign. They did a small campaign to say that, hey, share the packaging on your socials, on your social graph, or share um, just wear it and put a post up tagging us, and I'll start giving you rewards. Right? It worked wonders for them in two aspects. One, that increased engagement, which was the story I wanted to kind of share with you as well. The friends and family looking at those posts and coming and engaging with the websites had a 20%, 30% higher conversion than anyone else. So that's an insight, right? These cohorts, you probably should target more. The second piece was that the reward system worked, right? They started seeing a 20% higher repeat rate moving forward for these users as well. So how do you put in strategies during this period? And this was a loop that I was getting to really get the people that are coming into your funnel, become your advocates, and also to ensure that you're taking them for a longer period, right? You need to start thinking about how festive period and festive bump in marketing spend can impact your LTV or the LTV to CAC ratio, um, which is this, which I wanted to share, and two stories that I wanted to share with you all. Um, One was I was talking to again a personal care brand. They had a very cool insight that said if a customer of mine had purchased for more than 3 times, their repeat rate is 25 to 30% higher than anyone else. What they started doing with this insight during their festive period last year was they started cohorting their users and targeting people with one purchase, people with two purchases. One purchases, how do I get them to purchase at least twice in this 2.5 period? So one could be a gifting strategy that I implement. The second could be a good incentive that I give them. People with two purchases are almost there. A good incentive to get them to purchase again. What this really helped them was throughout the year till now, their LTV to CAC went up. So the investment that they made with the insight that I need to get a specific portion of my cohort across a threshold is going to pay me dividends throughout the year. And when the next sales period comes or festive season comes, which is now, uh, they're going to reap the benefits of it. Right. Similarly, another insight was from a beauty and cosmetics brand to say that um, and this is something which I missed earlier on when we were talking about planning. Was I've heard this from a lot of founders and brands to say that, hey, I don't, and mind you, at Shopflow we have an offers engine that we give brands, so we keep telling them, hey, why did you try new constructs, etc., etc. Simple answer: during sales, I'm not going to experiment with my incentive strategies. I know what works, I know what doesn't. I'm going to continue doing that, which is the story here for the cosmetics brand who said that I would rather prefer a B2G2 offer than a B1G1. The interesting insight there was that the higher the cart you can get out of a user who's purchasing from you, 4 products versus 2 products, the likelihood of that person becoming a repeat customer is higher than the first. Because if you're throwing 4 products in a cart, the chances of them liking one or two are more than if they're purchasing just one. So how do you really take your biggest strength, which is your product quality, and really start figuring out ways? And some of these very sly ideas that you can put in during some of your campaigns to get customers move into a cohort where repeat becomes higher. And that would be something that would be very interesting as well, which is what the loop that I was trying to talk about. I hope the stories and insights gave something for you to carry on. But what at least I have seen, and there is this really cool case study by Reforge, and it's a career development platform if people have heard of it, and based out of US. They keep talking about, and they have a very cool report that they or a case study that they published years back. Really looked at in the SaaS world and everything of a race car strategy being a growth loop. Um, and I think the festive period is nothing but a turbo boost to your growth loop, right? If you can draw insights from your data and acquire better, if you can ensure that their experience throughout the purchase journey is top notch, how do you ensure that once you have given them a very great experience, you service them till your last minute, right? It doesn't end with the checkout being completed on your platform, right? It actually ends with the product being delivered at the doorstep. How do you engage these users that you have spent your marketing dollars kind of get in? And through those engagements, through those insight driven strategies of acquiring certain people to maybe engage with your brand through UGCs, or engage with your brand through a higher cart, or engage with your brand through multiple purchases, how do you feed that back into your acquisition loop? For the next sales, or for your BAU stuff and BAU campaigns and things like that. This growth loop or flywheel, that if is very well oiled, festive sales or a festive period is nothing but an opportunity to really turbo boost this. Because the investments that you make, and some of the examples from brands that I kind of shared, the investments that you make during this period is really going to drive or set your brand up for the entire financial year till the next opportunity comes again, which is the festive period. So it's like a gift that keeps on giving. Um, that's all that I had to share. But happy to have conversations with you guys, share more stories and insights that you guys have seen during how your brands have fared during festive season. But it's a really exciting period. It's a very interesting uh, time to be as well. So thank you.
Folks, questions for Advait? So I'll give you a very cool anecdote, and this is regarding the festive season. I used to work with a company called Flipkart. Right? So festive is Big Billion Day, BBD. Right? The BBD preparation start 3 months before BBD. The last week of BBD, pre-BBD, everyone sleeps in office because there's so much to do, right? That people don't go home, right? And the first hour of BBD is where it all comes together, right? When you get a massive surge in the numbers that Advait spoke about, right? And that is what is fulfilling, right? Because that sets the tone for the entire festive season. In addition to this, Advait mentioned a very important point that when you acquire so many customers during festive, that's going to change your baseline now. It's going to move up your baseline, right? Because majority of the customers that you acquired, some you would expect to stay back, right? So there's a big baseline jump that you can expect if you are acquiring a lot of customers during festive season, right? So it is extremely important to maximize this time period, right? To gain as much customers as you can, because the whole of the country is in a festive mode and they're ready to shop, right? There is no lack of intent. You just have to put the right word out there, right? Any question? Please give it a, yeah, I think there's a question. No, we have someone over there. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so what do you think about doing collabs with brands during the festive season? What is a good win-win way to collab with a parallel brand?
That's actually a very interesting question, and I don't think there's a right or wrong answer there. At least what I have seen from my conversations with brands, you really need to look for how much of an overlap is going to be there between your user segment and their user segment, right? Finding complementary brands and figuring out a strategy how you can coexist can work wonders, definitely. I remember there was earlier in the days of Shopflow, there was one um, accessories brand that was selling bags, who wanted and did a collab with people who were buying high AOV cosmetics, because they were selling ladies' bags, right? Now, there is going to be a huge overlap between, and that's what they realized. And it worked for them. right? So people who were buying, who wanted ladies' bags and people who were buying high-end, high AOV cosmetics, it was the same target segment for them. So their collabs can really work. So maybe choosing the brand that going to give you a huge overlap, and the number per what that percentage needs to be is something that needs to be figured out, but roughly 60-70% would be a good number if you find an overlap to see whether you can do a collab. But yeah, hope that answers your question.
Anyone else? Or you can also have a question about Shopflow if you have. Yeah? Please get to Advait here, guys. Thanks, Advait, for a lovely session. So all geared up for festive, हाँ? सब तैयारी हो गई है. सब कुछ बता दिया अद्वित ने. Now we are all geared up for the festive season. And yeah, our friend there talked about collabs. Anyone here who wants to collab? You have a guy right here who's open to it right now. Right? Moving on. What do I say about the next gentleman who's going to come on stage? Right? So if you think I am energetic, right? If you think I am energetic and I'm around 40, I'm not 40, right? This gentleman is slightly ahead in that age group. His energy on whenever you meet him is 10x of what I am, right? So if you put me and Shruti together in terms of smiling and energy, you get what is going to come on stage next. This gentleman comes with a distinguished experience of close to 23 plus years, right? There are people who might be lesser age here, right? He is basically seen it all. He was one of the OG people of e-commerce in this country. When the word e-commerce did not exist, he started then, right? So you can very well imagine he's literally knows everything that went on then and is going on now, right? Today he is on a mission, right, to taking Indian brands abroad and stamping our authority across the globe, right? Please give it up for Mr. Naveen Mistry, co-founder Go Global.
Hello. Thank you. So disclaimer of age, please delete.
मैं तो अब छोटा हो गया.
But good morning, everybody. Welcome to the D2C Insider. And before I begin, a big round of applause for D2C Insider team, Abhishek, Shruti, everybody for putting a fantastic show. Right? Probably this is the first time a co-sponsor is thanking the organizer, right? Versus the vice versa, but amazing stuff, right? So, as they said, when you start a new company, again, you become a young, right? So that's how I start. Google Local is just probably a less than a year old, company. And our mission is to sort of very clearly to democratize cross-border, business in India. And that's what we are all sort of passionate about, right? So I'll not take much of your time. I'll just quickly, take you everybody global in three simple steps. I'll showcase, what is the opportunity. I will tell you, how to go global. And third, if you scan a QR code, you will already go global, right? So that's the simplest way to go global. So I would just want to do, how many of you, sort of are a D2C founder is your hand? Great. And how many people are into health and beauty categories also? Great. So maximum of you, and that's the kind of case study which I brought on the table. But we have a case study for everything, right? And that's the QR code which will sort of get you there. Uh, First, most important thing, is what's the opportunity, right? Everybody is interested in what's the opportunity. VCs are interested, founders are interested. So what's the global selling opportunity? Not many studies in India are showcasing those opportunity, right? Even a lot of VCs I've interacted, they don't have thesis on, cross-border trade. But, doesn't matter, because even if there's no opportunity, if you have the right brand, you can create an opportunity, right? But just to, give a perspective to everybody, the global e-commerce opportunity is around a 5 trillion, and it's growing like a crazy. Post-pandemic, this number is growing, more than 20% year on year. And that's the opportunity for, all of you. Obviously, within the cross-border, the US is the largest consumption market across the world, which will take a major share of around 26 to 28%, followed by China. But hold your horses. A lot of emerging markets, UAE. If you see the last few years, the way the Indian government sort of has sort of brought the business on a global track, lot of things have changed. Right, I've spent 15 years at eBay, been leadership team at eBay, built cross border, then moved on to PayPal for 5 years. I've seen both the payment side, both the e-commerce side, and we were probably the first one to build the cross-border business in India in 2010 to 2017, right? And then the likes of competition sort of kick in, and that's where we saw a huge change. At that point of time, we don't know what was a cross-border opportunity, and which are the bigger markets for us, and that's how we started sizing up the markets and sizing up the categories within the global sort of markets region. The largest marketplace obviously is the Amazon, right? Followed by various other eBay and Walmarts of the world. So that gives you perspective, saying, okay, 5 trillion is the opportunity, which are the bigger marketplaces. Now, 20 years of my experience on e-commerce, generally people say, I want to do cross-border. What should I do? And my general answer is, even when I was at eBay, I said, go and list on a marketplace. Because why? Where you will have a money to spend on a global channel to acquire a customer. And even if you have that money, what you spend on CAC in India, that will cost 3x to 4x, when you go global. So at least start with a marketplace because there are ready-made buyers available there, right? Do a test thesis out there, understand your buyer pattern, who are the buyers, what kind of profile, what sort of, let's say, SKUs which has worked for you. And trust me, and I'll have a slide over there, right? It's all myth. If you are a founder and you are saying, this is my top 10 SKU in India, right? That 10 SKU will not work in international market. And when you really go on the journey, you'll understand why I'm saying this right now. I don't want to justify it, but I want you to experience it, right? The global market is a very, very different market altogether, right? Within this, the health and beauty is the biggest sort of, let's say, category in terms of consumption. A lot of health and beauties in a global market, which is not the right now trend in India, are actually sold on subscriptions, right? And that's how this market is sort of, let's say, emerging. Korea being the largest health and beauty market, followed, I mean, that's the largest D2C brand. If and a lot of Indian founders who are into health and beauty, they will understand, a lot of people actually get inspired from Korea, how they sort of sell the health and beauty brands, followed by electronics and apparels and jewelry and all those stuff, right? Within the health and beauty categories, this is of that 5 trillion uh, in the US, which sort of contributes to around 26%. Of the 26% is the hair care, skin care, oral care, and shavings, and all those, the various SKUs comes into this. Right. So that gives you a micro sort of insight at a leaf level of a category. Saying if I want to build a health and beauty brand, should I start with a makeup, which is 6% of US of 25 trillion, which is 26%, or should I go in a blood bath ocean, which is hair care, right, which is 29%. So, where do I start beginning my research and how do I, go about it? So this kind of, let's say, some studies, some insights on the category gives you a flavor of an opportunity which you are, right? And there will be always niche categories, right? India missed the industrial revolution way back in 1960s, right? Uh, India got into the tech revolutions, fintech revolutions, but because we missed the industrial revolutions, India's capability in terms of manufacturing mass production like China was never there, right? India is always known for a handmade handicraft, which is our value in a global market, right? Because that is the real essence of buying any health and beauty product, which because that's handmade, it's natural, it's organic, it's herb based, right? Now it's the global market is sort of catching up, right? But today, if any brand gets like 10,000 order of one SKU, the manufacturing capacity is not there to build a 10,000 SKU unit versus what China can build a single, let's say, mobile screen 1 lakh in 1 minute, right? But so therefore, do you want to compete there in the electronic space, or you want to compete in a space which we are very known for in a global world and in a global market? And that's where I'm just showcasing this opportunity. Uh, Now, the whole point over here is whether you want to, list a product or whether you want to sell the product. And I think so. I think this is the old slide. Yeah. You don't have the updated version? Sorry. The latest version, we didn't. I think so. They have shown the old version. But anyway, if you find it, it's fine. But the point which I'm trying to say is, the two things in the D2C founders should be, are you listing a product in the global market, or are you going to sell the product in a global market and launch the product in the global market? Both thinking are very different, right? It's easy. There are the Indian domicile marketplace, which gives you an account. You can open the account, you can list the product, and then you can see what else is happening. Right? Some of the marketplace will insist on spending marketing money, so you'll spend up marketing money. Then at the end of the day, you'll realize that it's not 1:1, actually it's 1 is to minus 5%, right? Or probably just 1:1, so where I'll make profit, right? And that's will be always a chicken and egg story in your mind, how to do it. But if you really want to launch a brand, it's a very, very different approach, right? It starts with the insights. Starts with some micro, going into categories, understanding your SKUs, your product line, what is the ingredient of your product line, who are the potential competitions, and then deciding of, let's say, 20 SKU which you are selling in India, which are the 3 4 where you have a sweet spots, right? And these are the 20 or 10 or 5 SKUs which are really, really, globally competitive, and those are the SKUs you focus more on, right? Not like, okay, let me list 200 items, let's see what sells. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't work that way, because you know what, any D2C brand will have 20, 40, 50, 100 SKU. It doesn't matter when you list on this global marketplace, amongst 50 million of listing, your listings are only 50, right? And therefore, now you'll think of, let me do marketing and all those stuff. But the reason presentation is not updated, but I will share you the case study where we have taken a few health and beauty brand and zero marketing money in the first 90 days, right? We have delivered 500 quantity. Now this 500 quantity is not big for a lot of you, but trust me, with zero marketing money in a global market, where there are millions of listings in health and beauty, we crack that formula in terms of what SKU and how to launch it. And that is the case study which I was showcasing. Is there in the new updated presentation? 2 minutes, it's okay. All right, it's fine. So what's the strategy is, let's say if this is a product line. Now this product line can be of anything. It could be a health and beauty, it could be a toy, it could be a grocery, it could be a food item, it could be a snacking item, it could be jewelry also, right? Not necessary that it has to. Now when you really map this version, right? This is just an example of a face cream. What are the important parameters generally when you look at, right? How your content, weight, ingredient, benefits, claims which you put, expiry date, packaging, what's your mean, median, mode, value of a price point, what's your competition benchmarking, and therefore what is the per unit economics, returns you will get in this item. When you really map all those parameters, right? And that is what we mapped for one health and beauty brand. And then sort of, let's say we identified, oh, you're changing it. All right. Maybe we can continue with that. So while they sort of change it, we looked at one health and beauty brand. We looked at one particular SKU. We covered all the elements of a important, content which are apple to apple mapping to a global competition on a US market, on a various, top 3 marketplaces. That's what we did. And then we identified where is the USP, right? What is the glycerin level? What is the vitamin A level? What is the hydrochloric acid level? What is the salicylic acid level? What is the retino acid level of the top 10 brands which are selling face cream in US? Versus that, the brand which we are going to launch, what are those parameters of, let's say, retinol level, acid level, vitamin A, and all those stuff? And what is the buyer feedback when they buy this kind of inventory, right? What's the, are buyer happy buying that? What are those feedback sentiment analysis of the buyer which says this face cream is sort of very good, it's not oily, it's absorbed on my skin, right? And we looked at top 10,000 kind of feedback of those particular content, and we're saying, oh, listen, this is where the sweet spot is, because this is what particular A brand is able to sort of, let's say, map it, right? And some of the examples are this. When we looked at all these parameters, maybe it's maybe not readable, but all the red one is sort of where you have the advantage of GMV. I mean, those parameters have given the more sort of successes. Blue is an advantage, but also the competition is also there over there. So the red one is unique part of it, and that's put the entire GMV of this particular SKU in US, which we identified, and that's where our Go Local data science teams works and build this kind of thesis at per each SKU level. And then we sort of, let's say, built a massive strategy on how do we discover the marketplaces for you, region for you, how do we take sort of a marketplace SKU approach and launch you your brand into the global markets. So that is where, sorry, yeah. So, all right, yeah. So I just covered this. Launch was this one. Now, whereas I just said it, I'll just repeat it. Discover a market, create the opportunity, do the SKU mapping, map the competition, fulfillment, understand the fulfillment, whether it's an India dropship, whether it's sort of, let's say you're going to store locally over there. Both trade compliances are very different. If you ship a single item from India to the end buyer, the buyer is the important record, so compliance is not much, and you can do it. There is a diminishes value about every country when you sell an item. Uh, the Indian customs allow up to 10 lakhs rupees per single invoice to ship any item under CSV 5, right? And there are carriers who brings every platform and gives a simple interface like ShipRocket, who's our also partner, to sort of smooth transactions and inventory into the end destination, right? Promotions in terms of storefront designs and various into the how do you do the account management, post customer service, and all those stuff, right? And that's what I covered in short, right? The problem statement which I just narrated when the slide was not there is about the case study of a health and beauty brand which we took live and we started selling quantity. By the way, that same brand today, the net run rate of that brand will be almost around 400K for the next 8 months, without spending any marketing money, right? And just started our global operations in April, and within 3 months we sort of, let's say, taking this kind of unique success stories, building our hypothesis, and sort of launching brands. We work with more than 200 brands across India. And the last part of the presentation is very interesting, right? This is the QR code. You can scan the QR code. You can do your self discovery. What category, what marketplace, right? Just play it around. It's just a single drop down. It will give you the entire insights in terms of what category. You can select the toys. It will give you an update in toys, which are the global regions, which are the global marketplaces, right? At the same point of time, which are the top, 5 SKUs range or so. And right at the bottom, if you're interested in selling globally, you can just press a button saying "Take me global now," and you will be global now with us in a you know within 48 hours, the moment you clicked it. So that's the way you can go global, right? Our second sort of, let's say, purpose is to maximize profit for you. So we maximize in every part of it. Our model is not to sort of be in an arbitrage model, take a product from you, make a money, and just give you the basic one. We work like you. It's their extended team. We build the strategy together. We do the price recommendation together. We launch you together, and we manage together, right? The entire data, insights, accounts, everything belongs to you. We manage end to end for you. So for any founder, it's like a Go Local extended team sitting somewhere in Mumbai, right, doing everything, piece for action item for you, and you have a live dashboard under goglocal.live where you can see an entire funnel database and everything at a single step, right? So since our second objective was to maximize profit for you, so that's where I end my presentation. I maximize time for you. I don't want to take much of your time, right, and save your time so that you can start thinking globally. And again, my only last piece of advice is listing global is different and launching global is different. Think about the second version, then you will get it right. And last not least, but thank you for coming to the D2C Insider and really appreciate everybody's time here. So thank you very much.
Please give it up, Naveen, guys. See, that's the difference between when you're talking about, especially in the enablement space, right? The difference between me being a TSP versus a partner is the difference that he mentioned today. It should feel like it's an extended team, right? And not a vendor. That's a big difference that we all have to work on. And I think he nailed it on the head saying that we are your team, right? Right. So you don't have to hire. You can definitely work with them and get it over with. But guys, please give it up for Naveen. Lovely. Any questions quickly? Any questions? Yes, sir.
So, what are the opportunities in global marketing, specifically in Middle East, Saudi, all those?
Yeah. So the fortunate part, if you see, the all the global sort of, let's say, opportunity starts with the trade agreements between two countries, right? So UAE and Saudi Arabia was largely closed market. Now last year Indian government and UAE entered into a free trade agreement where a lot of the categories, when it's free trade, the custom duties, everything is sort of mapped, right? So there's no unfair advantage to it, and that market has opened in last 12 to 18 months, and it's growing like a crazy. There's a big time focus. The biggest advantage of UAE in Saudi Arabia market is the Indian product lines are always well accepted in those market because of the Indian diaspora, right? And second, when you sell in those market, even if you do a shipping from India, right, it delivers within 4 days or maximum 5 days. So that mindset of saying I need to stock locally, it doesn't need to be applied, and it's the easiest market to start, right? We launch you in Noon, we launch you in Mum's World, and couple of marketplaces. Amazon being the largest, also you yourself can launch it over there. Now, when you go and launch yourself there, some of the regulations required because you need to be local entity and all those stuff. But with Go Local, you don't need to do it because we take the liability of doing those things, right? So that's how we launch every brand in UAE market, and therefore we not in UAE but even Europe market is sort of emerging, right? So UAE, the biggest category is health and beauty, followed by Indian grocery, which is now picking up really, really well, right? And the regular, let's say, categories like apparel, jewelry, is the third, fourth categories in those marketplaces, right? And the demand is humongous, and you will see after this free trade agreement, there are a lot of cross synergies in terms of trade hubs is going to open up, right? Where you can even stock locally, and there'll be free trade zone and all those stuff. Those are the policies which will get announced in next 3 months, by government of India. We work very closely with customs and DGFT to sort of, let's say, bring out the white strategy paper in terms of how to raise the e-commerce and all those stuff. That's the reason we have some informations around it. But it's a big opportunity. UAE is among the biggest opportunity, and it's that market is going to grow crazy in next 12 to 18 months, right?
Yes, sir.
I
See, told you so.
And so I think hearing what you guys do, it's like a dream come true.
Thank you.
A lot of questions around you and understand a little bit more about how you take it from here outside. You do the other way too?
Not right now. Our vision is first to India to the world, and when we really bring India to the world, that's where we'll start world to back to India. So the first, the next 12 to 18 months will be India to the world. The opportunity is so massive that we believe the doing the other side of it will require other sort of operations and people around it. So as we scale, we'll see how we can fast track it.
Thank you. Just fabulous, man.
Thank you
Sounds
very
amazing.
much.
One time for last one question. Yes, sir.
You talked about the FB and dropship convert.
Yes, sir.
So which is the best one for volumetric based products, the FBA or the
See,
dropship?
when you the everything first starts with saying, as I showed you, right? What's the category? What's the subcategory? What's the SKU? What's the opportunity for us? Are you going to play a unique space, or are you in a category where there's a blood ocean and there's a price war and competition? And when you sort of, let's say, do a mapping, saying if I ship 100 quantity through a ship or through a airline, right, using any 3PL partners, what will be the landed cost and what will be the storage cost? And if I sell one inventory, what's the return I get? Versus the same item if I ship, so using, let's say, a B2C carrier in India, whether it's ship rocket or so, what's the cost, right? And what's the profit I make? And right, and that's the study you need to do it. By the way, both have also a different compliance. When you stock your item in any offshore market, right, you are having an export, and then you falls under RBI's FEMA law. You have to bring the money within 180 days. If you don't get money within 180 days, if you, let's say, if you stock a 5 lakhs worth of inventory in 3PL partners warehouse or marketplace warehouse, doesn't matter, right? It's exported. Now you've done 5 lakh export. If your 5 lakhs rupees export has money has not come within 180 days, you need to ask for the extension, saying I have not got this money, please give me extension. That's another compliance for it. So it's just not a straightforward. You have to do a lot of math around. Hence, I always said, are you listing? Are you launching? Both will give you a different insight, right? I would always say, start with drop ship, like ship from India, right? Because we have the carriers now. Everything is sort of gets delivered in the US 10, 12 days, and and then you can test the water, right?
Got it.
So that's where I would recommend.
Thanks.
Thank you
Yes,
very much.
please give it up for Naveen.
Thank you very much.
सर मेरा भी एक सवाल है पर मैं बाद में पूछूंगा
ठीक है, बातें पूछ रहे कभी भी पूछ लो.
So excellent, right? festive है, global भी समझ आ गया है, right? We are all set, right? Almost there, right? What do we have to figure out last, right? In that piece, before we come to the technology pieces, how do we send our goods there, right? I think Naveen touched upon that factor कि आपको ड्रॉप शिप करना है, आपको इन्वेंट्री स्टोर करनी है. That question we'll deep dive right now, right, with the next gentleman who's going to come on stage. This gentleman actually has spent a lot of time extensively in technology and e-commerce enablement space, and he's worked globally. He's worked in India, in Middle East, and in the United Kingdom. He is one of the brains behind ShipRocket X. Did I get that right? Okay. ShipRocket X, which is going to be your X factor in bringing your products to the globe, right? Please welcome Akshay Gulati. He's the co-founder of ShipRocket, right? We're going to ship Akshay to the stage now, and I'm going to ship myself outside the stage now.
Thank you so much, Rajat. Can you guys hear me? Yes, awesome. So, firstly, a big thank you to everybody here today. I think it's a really exciting day for me. Global selling is something I've been talking about for 2 years. And I think 2 years ago, if we had done a summit like this, maybe 20 people would have been here. But I think I always say it's an idea whose time has now come, right? I think global selling is a hot buzzword. Thank you, Abhishek, Shruti, Kshitij, Reshmi, the team at D2C Insider for organizing this. Phenomenal job. And I think the biggest thing I would like to say is thank you to all the people who came before me, because I think it's very few summits that I go to that I've actually learned a lot. You know, a lot of this people are speaking about a lot of generic stuff a lot of the time because they're trying to cater to a larger mass audience. I think all the sessions today have been truly phenomenal. Naveen before me, who's a partner with me in ShipRocket X as well. So Rajat, like you said, I set up ShipRocket X. Actually, Naveen is the first guy I spoke to about ShipRocket X 3 years ago. He was a call I made from one of the but I was on holiday in one of the towns near Delhi, and I called Naveen saying, "Ki yaar, ye karna hai." This was about 3 years ago, just post COVID, and I'm very glad today he's here with his own startup. I'm here with ShipRocket X to talk to you guys. You know, we've spoken a lot about marketing, we've spoken a lot about enablement, and these are very big challenges, obviously, especially for D2C brands, right? Logistics, supply chain design for your global market, for your global business is also very, very important. And I'm going to start this discussion by saying one thing. We say global selling. Global selling does not mean launching your brand in 5 countries, 20 different markets. That's a task which is, unless you're a very, very large corporate with a lot of money to burn, to and invest, however you want to talk about it, I think it's very important to identify which market you want to go to first. You work with us, you work with enablers like Local to understand exactly which market has the right product market fit for you. Is this working? Okay, let's figure this out. Yes. You know, it's very, very important that we don't use the word global to confuse ourselves and say, oh, I want to go to GCC, I want to go to US, I want to go to UK, and I want to do it all tomorrow. Because eventually, as entrepreneurs and startups, we will end up burning a lot of capital. And I say burning because you might think of it as an investment, but everyone has a finite amount of money to invest in these markets. And you'll, let's say, put in $10,000 into each market and say, ki kuch hua nahi. And nothing came out as a result, because you need to invest over time. You'd rather take that $30,000 and invest in one market, make it a success, and then move on to the other. This opportunity is not going anywhere. It's like, you know, I say in 2016-17, no one had heard of the word D2C. It was a buzzword that was just coming out. And ShipRocket, when we were setting up ShipRocket at that time, the same excitement, the same potential I saw in 2016-17, which eventually culminated into D2C becoming an industry by itself. You know, and that's the same thing that we're talking about with global selling now. I think the time is there. It's very important to do a strategy and build a strategy that is very well thought out. And you know, when you think about selling abroad, yes, there are a lot of benefits to it. You have access to new markets and customers. Everyone here who has investors, everyone will ask you, "Aapka time kya hai?" And after a certain amount of growth, you'll say, yeah, they'll say it's not big enough. I think what global selling does for you is it helps you have a, I wouldn't say an infinite time, but a much larger time. Honestly, with us at ShipRocket also, ShipRocket X came out as a result of this. Our investors used to say, यार D2C तो cap out हो जाएगा यहाँ, तो फिर क्या करोगे आप? And that's how we started building new products in ShipRocket. It a lot of insight came from figuring out where our skill sets were, and that's how we identified. Within ShipRocket X, if I give you the journey also, we didn't say ShipRocket X को हमें global बनाना है. If day one, every country. So we do serve every country in the world, but we do it through our 3PL partners. But when we talk about our own infrastructure that we've built to be able to be cost efficient, more so than any other player in the industry. We chose, for example, the US as our first market, built that out, then went to the UK, and then went to UAE/GCC because we use that as a base to cater to. So even as a ship, as an enabler, we had to pick our markets. It was not like suddenly I'm going to open up the world myself. I did open up the world through my partners, but the infrastructure that we built, whether it was for returns, whether it was for forward deployment of goods, was one country at a time. Yes, there's a higher purchasing parity, higher demand for ASP products. This is an insight that I've gained over the last 6 to 9 months of running Shiprocket X, that a product which might sell in India for about $10, you have the ability to sell it for $25 to $30 on an international marketplace. And I always recommend marketplace selling as a first port of entry. And it's selling there because you know what? The competitive product there is at that ASP. You have to pay the marketplace fees, you have to pay the logistic fees. So if something sells for $10 here, doesn't mean you should think, oh, why will anyone buy it for 2.5x the price in a global market? It does. That's how market dynamics work. And I was really surprised when I was seeing these products sell through and sell through very well. And I used to see the MRP in India and I was like, yeah, why is anyone buying this? Because that's what people are paying for that product in that geography. Like the reduced dependence, single market or region, seasonal insulation. Actually, for us as an enabler and for a brand, this is really important because what we see with a lot of D2C brands we work with is that come November, Diwali gets over, there's a lull, right? Especially all the way mid-November to mid-Jan, 2 months, a lot of the sales go down. End of season, end of year in India, we haven't really seen it be as big as in some of the other markets. Starting from Rakhi till Diwali is usually a peak period for all of us. And for D2C brands, it's also a very challenging period because while sales are peaking, the marketplace sales are also peaking. So a lot of the marketing dollars are being spent by marketplaces at that time. So your D2C marketing becomes incredibly expensive. So we see a lot of brands reduce their D2C marketing actually because it becomes the ROI or the ROS, like someone said earlier, is just goes down. So it's very important that with an international market, having access to, for example, the US and UK, which have a very big Q4, right? Having access to the GCC, where Eid is a very big festive season sale, and that happens usually around March, April, it gives you that ability to scale at different points. It helps you figure out inventory management in a much better way. And generally, I think having 2 or 3 different key markets is always good. You might have a home market, which is your biggest market, but even 10-15% sales from a additional market helps you kind of even out those bumps. Economies of scale, lower per unit production cost, high profit margin. You guys are the experts. I don't need to tell you, right? Growth has its own benefits of scale. Challenges. Complying with local laws, absolutely. And this is, I think, one of the biggest challenges that any D2C founder faces whenever I speak to them. They say, okay, it's great you're saying sell in the US, but how do I ensure the biggest, issue that I see in founders' minds when I speak to them is around payments. Right? Suddenly, you're now making me under the RBI remit. I have to do FIRC, I have to do EBRC, and if the money doesn't come back, like Naveen said in his earlier session, suddenly there'll be people coming after me. I don't want to deal with it. I'm scaling well in India. Let me do that. And the good part is that on the payment side, especially in cross-border, there's been a lot of innovation that's been happening for many years, not just now. And even the government and policy making is now coming together to be able to build a more streamlined solution. So while for a D2C brand, you might have a finance team which is able to deal with it, but for a actual really early stage startup, right? It becomes a big challenge. And then there are enablers on the payment side, which helps you sort a lot of this. So getting FDA approval for a particular product, if it's acquired in the US, getting an FMCG product listed in the GCC and getting a municipality approval, there are enough enablers here. And I think it's really heartening because I go out, I think I see more enablers in the logistics space with their stalls here than probably there are founders in this room also, so everyone is really trying to build this out. And that it's just full of enablers. And it's great because if the ecosystem gets built, that's how the business will get built. The same thing happened in the D2C space. Understanding language, cultural differences. This is what Naveen was speaking about, right? Important to understand which product is going to sell where. And I'm going to speak about this in a little bit of more detail in one slide. I didn't want to take away his thunder, so I have a very generic slide, unlike data, which he presented. And yes, the one thing I'm going to talk about, managing logistics, supply chain, and fulfillment issues. Extremely critical. At the end of the day, I've always believed in one thing is that when you're a D2C brand and you're selling directly to a customer, the biggest thing that impacts customer experience, and customer experience is what inevitably leads to repeat. If your business has low repeat as a D2C brand, trust me, I don't think you're going to scale very far because unless your customer acquisition cost is crazily low, because the reality is new CAC fueled businesses eventually will run out of money, right? So you need to build repeat, and that's why the whole D2C business or industry has come about. In customer experience, I think the first defining factor is the product. No one can change that, right? If you open that box and you don't like what you see, you're not going to buy again, and it doesn't matter. And which is why I love the buy two get two, buy one get one analogy. It gives you more chances of success and connecting with the customer. The second biggest thing I believe in that customer experience journey is the point from which they press that buy button to the point they open the box. It's an extremely important journey. And when it comes to in D2C in India, it's important, but when it comes to global selling, it's even more important, because the customer is buying maybe on a marketplace, maybe on your website, is going to see a delivery timeline anywhere from 5 to 10 days, depending on whether you're using express or you're using a non-express. And if you're using postal, then 20 plus days, right? It's a long time for that customer to have paid that money, because mostly it's prepaid, non-returnable, to opening that box and figuring out whether it's delight or whether it's horror. And it's important that entire experience is streamlined, whether it's through communication, whether it's through faster deliveries, whether it is through just brand awareness, right? Communication about shipping, communication about what's coming in your order, etc. And that's where we at ShipRocketX really believe that it's not just about getting the product from point A to point B. Yes, it is about getting it there cheaply in the best amount of time, but it's also about ensuring that customer journey is not anxious. It is actually a delightful customer journey, and we love the word delightful. You see it in many of our slides that come through. And so we're not just logistics. We're about customer experience. We're about bringing your repeat back towards you. And the way we do it is logistics, because that's what we believe we can influence the most, because the product quality is completely in your hands, right? And that's what we want founders to focus on. Okay, so the first part that I was just talking about, which was figuring out what to sell, where, understanding customer behavior. It's been an insight for me, at least in the last 6 months, that I've gotten involved with brands in actually helping them launch in international markets, not just doing their shipments, right? So when we were looking at the US as a market, and we were talking about, what are the target we are also focusing on beauty and personal care, health supplements in a big way, because there's a huge demand for that. And there's a huge price arbitrage between India and the US when we talk about product pricing. So when you look at an international market, I always believe that you have to have your product proposition, your value proposition very clear. Either it's a price arbitrage, you manufacture cheaper, sell cheaper than competitors there. Either it's a unique product, it's just not available there, or it's a best-in-class product. It could be, you could have competitors, you may not have price arbitrage, but you do have a phenomenal product that is competing with the best of the best out there, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean a premium product, it just has to be a best-in-class product. So for example, we found in the US, a lot of the health supplement brands are doing really well. And they're actually making a killing there because of price arbitrage, because they're able to manufacture, source a lot cheaper than what a lot of people who have built domestic brands are doing it, because that sourcing is anyways coming from this part of the world, especially on the health supplement side. When you talk about beauty products, yes, Korea is a big manufacturer. You may not have a distinct price advantage versus someone in the US buying from that same manufacturer. When we talk about the UAE, organic beauty products, I think a lot of the Chinese brands have really built this industry in the GCC area generally over the last few years, and there's a huge demand for these products there. Now, if you take an Indian twist to it, that those organic beauty products, whether you take an Ayurveda twist to it, not organic, non-chemical twist to it, it creates a unique value proposition which is not readily available there. It is more readily available in the US than it is in the GCC region specifically. We talk about the UK, Indian traditional clothing, no surprise. I used to live in the UK for a large part of my life. I remember every time, small houses there, so we don't have big cupboards, so we don't keep too many kurta pajamas lying there. You don't wear it outside of the festive season. So when size grows and you don't have the size that fits you, then you have to go to a local market and figure out what to do. It's actually, and I used to live very close to Wembley, but the opportunity, most people used to buy online from India. When I used to ask them, kahan jaake kurta kharidu, agle din there's a cards party somewhere at a friend's house, I need it, and the old one's not fitting. Most people said buy on Amazon. It was not about you go to Wembley, find this local store there, because the selection that you get out there on marketplaces is much better than what you get. The local stores there were catering more towards weddings and trousseau shopping, not so much for a casual like kurta pajama that you wanted. And it's a huge market there. Lots of our sellers are doing phenomenal business there, and you're talking about a kurta selling from $25 to $30, which might sell for 700 rupees if you want to source it locally. Again, price arbitrage, selection. And Australia, eco-friendly home decor. My team member has made this slide. I will not pretend to know why he's written that, so I'm not going to talk about it, but he has done research there. I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. So if you want to look at Australia, do look at eco-friendly home decor. I don't want to pretend to be saying something that I don't know much about. Um, Now let's talk about the logistics and supply chain, right? And I think we've discussed this in multiple discussions earlier as well. There are two basic models that you can follow. One is drop shipping, one is forward deploying inventory. Both those models have their own sets of challenges. I wouldn't say either one is easier. There are very unique benefits to each model, and it all depends on the amount of capital you want to deploy into that business. I love the line that Naveen used, which is what launching versus listing, right? I never thought about it. I'm going to steal that line in many things that I go about going forward, but it's true, right? I think depending on what your strategy as a brand is, if your first strategy is about listing, that you want to experiment, you want to see what happens, you don't want to invest too much capital in it, in the business until you learn. And it doesn't mean that you never want to invest it, but there's a stage through everything, right? So when we speak to D2C brands or any cross-border seller, we we identify the journey in 3 steps. We say first should be marketplace selling. And I know this is a D2C summit and it's all about selling directly, but we do believe that that's the lowest risk way of selling cross-border. The second stage becomes about D2C own website selling, right? Because at the end of the day, once you're successful on a marketplace and you want to sell directly to customers, you need to have that website shopping experience live. Even if someone is buying and you're successful on a marketplace, that person will go look up your brand on Google. And you want them to have a great positive experience when they look up your brand. And I cannot tell you how many times I have seen websites that people have built. The moment the geography changes to the US, the entire website just collapses, right? Whether it's the way it renders, whether it's the pricing, whether it's literally people are trying to think that they want to make it customized to a US audience, but you'll find spelling mistakes in the catalog because someone has done it on the fly in a hurry. Someone said US live kar do, unhone live kar diya. But that is your first impression once you've been successful on a marketplace is on your own D2C website. So please pay attention to it. And it's great to customize for a US audience, but if you don't have the time or resources, just make the India website live with US pricing. It's much easier to do that rather than try to build on something when you don't have the resources to do it. And the third thing, which I do believe is the holy grail for most of us sitting here, is offline. I think if you really want to build a scale brand in the US, eventually in certain categories you'll have to go offline, and that is where we believe is the journey for every brand. The larger scale D2C brands come to us and say, do offline first for us, right? And we always go back, we speak to distributors for them as Ship Rocket because that's our job as an enabler, right? While we won't do it ourselves, we'll help connect you to as many people. We have distributors in UAE, we have distributors in the US who focus on fashion, who focus on personal care. But the first thing they say is, why will anyone pick this off a shelf? No one knows your brand. You're competing on a US shelf with brands that are locally known. You have to build that brand love, and that takes time. And that's why we believe in this journey of marketplace, D2C, online, and then offline. Not to say that you won't be successful going offline if you just decide to do it one day. There are a lot of Indian brands who I speak to who have sold to offline distributors in the UAE, but I do believe they're not building brands there, they're just generating sales there. So it's a very different journey that you have to follow. Dropship, marketplace selling, it's one of the easiest ways to go live. Lots of advantages to dropship, right? You don't have to block your inventory. The moment you forward deploy inventory in any international geography, it is next to impossible to bring it back. There's an import duty that is taken on inventory if you have to bring it back to India, if it remains unsold. So you're most likely either going to liquidate or destroy. So forward deployment, while it has its own challenges around own benefits of high conversion, high lower shipping costs, does have this unique challenge. If you're not sure what's going to sell there, don't forward deploy inventory. If once you figure out what your hero SKUs are, best is to have a hybrid model. You deploy your hero SKUs in the US locally and keep the long tail catalog in India and drop ship it. Because obviously, if you see 2 to 3 day shipping on any marketplace or website, you're going to customers are going to be more keen to buy. If you have a wide product range, for example, and you have one hero SKU, but you have 99 SKUs that are just, you don't know what's going to sell, what's not going to sell, absolutely dropship is the model for you. Like I said, you're not going to be able to get that product back. People don't know your product in the local geography. Most likely, you won't even be able to liquidate. You'll have to destroy. I have personally lived the life of a D2C seller. I say this every time I go in a public interaction. Before I launched SRX, my team is here, Shresh is here. He helped build a brand with me called Miraki, right? We built the Shopify website. We did everything. We launched it on Amazon. We launched it on Etsy, eBay. I lived the life of a seller and understood what the pain points were before I decided I was going to come and give Gyan to all of these people here. I lived that life and I lost money, guys. I think I invested 10 or 15 to $12,000 and I recovered $7,500. So if despite my fancy degrees and an e-commerce expertise in domestic, I couldn't make it work. So it is not the easiest thing in the world. Yes, that was 2009. That was what, 2019 or 18? 2018. Life has changed since then. But literally, that's when we've been thinking about global selling way back since 2018 and how it's going to be an idea that is really going to take off. So I do believe dropship is the right model for most D2C brands to start off with. And then as you scale, you figure out what your hero SKUs are, you go into the forward deployment. The great part is that people like ShipRocket and there are other enablers out there as well. For forward deployment, it's not just about taking your goods from India and storing it in a local warehouse in the US, right? So, and I'm going to do a little bit of a pitch here, so apologies for that, but I'm going because I know my own business and I can talk about it. So with a local warehouse in the US, which we have, for example, in Pennsylvania, we'll forward deploy your inventory there. It's a B2B shipment, so it's much lower cost to take it from point A to point B. If you want to send to Amazon FBA, we are going to fulfill from that local warehouse even to an Amazon FBA, to a Walmart fulfillment, or fulfill your D2C orders directly from that warehouse. But the real exciting part is that with that warehouse there, you can actually offer returns on any marketplace, right? Because right now, most people who are drop shipping from India say no returns because there's no way to bring it back to India. So how can you offer returns? And if that product comes back, that means you'll have to destroy it. You'll actually end up paying a fee to a marketplace to destroy it, and you've made no money. So with this offering that we have of a of a warehouse, a local warehouse in the US, and the US is the only geography we started with, we'll do. Man, I really talk a lot. The GCC is the second warehouse we'll go live in. I only come to my third slide. Wow. Give me 2 minutes. I want to take questions. I'm finishing it up right now. Returns is a very important aspect of how your D2C business is going to change because your conversion goes 3 to 4x. So we've launched 5 pilot brands in the US with this offering. Conversion has gone up 3 to 400% for those brands. Same product, same marketplace, same price, just returns as an option. Okay. I'm happy to send this slide, whether it's us or whoever you use. Very important to identify the right fulfillment partner for you. Anyone needs these slides, I'm going to have them. I'll send them to you. You're happy to share it, or I'll share it in the group. This is nothing to do with ShipRocket. It's no pitch. It is just about what you use. No matter who you use, you should have a framework in terms of how you use it, who you identify. Thank you so much for your time today. Question ले सकता हूँ एक?
अरे मैं आपसे बोलने वाला हूँ guys questions. अभिषेक तो आप बाद में पूछना, पहले दूसरों से पूछेंगे.
मैंने पूछने दो यार.
नहीं अरे आपको तो बात मौका मिलेगा, but let's have, I think there was a gentleman, a lot of hands raised. I'll come back to you. Abhishek is also there, sir.
मैं बोल रहा था अभिषेक में टाइम जा रहा है यार.
I promise अक्षय आपका टाइम नहीं जाए.
Absolutely. So, and I'll be very honest with you in saying this, that again, everyone is doing it through the same set of partners that are there in the ecosystem right now. So we're your logistics supply chain partner. We've partnered with companies, whether it's Telcor or the likes, to actually take care of compliance because they're the experts in it. They've been doing it for 10 years. So with the ShipRocket ecosystem, we've actually got in the right partners for each and every. We take care of the supply chain end to end. We have Global as a partner. If you want to list on the Global store, you want to build your own website, we'll work with Shopify to get it done for you. So our model is that we'll customize your international strategy for you. We're not going to try to put you into a cookie cutter model, which may or may not work for you. And we will use partners that you can tie up with directly as well. So we are very clear in when we pitch to customers that these are our partners that we're going to use for compliance. For example, my warehouse in the US is US FDA compliant. So I take a product there, it's FDA compliant storage. But if your product packaging needs to change, for example, with personal care, the packaging at the ingredients and everything have to be done in a certain way. You cannot use your existing ingredient description there. So that's where our partners like Stelcor help you do it. And we connect you with everyone, and we make sure that we are your point of contact in taking it live. Because most brands say, "Yaar, sir, aap sambhal lo. Don't give us the runaround."
True that. Abhishek, I'm going to come back to you. Keep him here for a longer time. Don't worry.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Akshay, for doing this. And I think I was just, going through this and I was just wondering, because they're all founders here of different brands, enablers, maybe something out of your journey of building ShipRocket. Because I'm sure ShipRocket X is one of the products now.
Yeah.
But you guys have built ShipRocket as an overall ecosystem. And I think a lot of founders here are wondering whether India can grow global and will they actually succeed? And maybe, how do you see?
Absolutely. And Abhishek, I truly believe it, right? And because you guys we are here at ShipRocket and we've had a great journey is because of you guys, right? आपके ऑर्डर नहीं आएंगे तो हम शिप क्या करेंगे? So I always say it's not, we are an enabler. An enabler basically is dependent on the market growing, and D2C has grown. But as you know, as Shiprocket X and as individually as a founder, let me tell you that in 2021, post the COVID wave that happened, we internally were thinking about the next big thing within Shiprocket, right? Because eventually India will continue to grow, domestic will continue to grow. But that exponential growth is not forever, right? At the end of the day, every market reaches a stable level of growth. So people do start looking at new opportunities. And that's why I said we at Shiprocket started also looking at new opportunities. And I do believe that a lot of Indian brands will go global. And I always say my dream is to walk into a pharmacy in the US, and I always say pharmacy because of personal care. I see Himalaya now as a brand in many pharmacies across the world, by the way. They have a great distribution network, and I'm very proud when that happens. पहले I always used to say Tata या Suzuki की गाड़ियाँ दिखती थी, मुझे लगता था Suzuki Maruti. I didn't realize वो Japanese company है जब बच्चा था. तो फिर मुझे बहुत I used to feel a lot of pride, right? कि Alto दिख रही है, 800 दिख रही है बाहर कहीं. But very few other Indian brands have been able to go mass market there. Himalaya, for example, Ayurveda, it's a very Indian concept. We almost have a trademark on that concept, right? So a lot of brands are being successful there in the initial stages. So I think it is about having a unique value proposition. Founders, like the brands you buy in India, especially D2C brands, you look at that packaging, it's better than most products you buy in the US. Yeah, पहले स्टिकर आ जाता था, उसमें कभी टाइपो होता था, कुछ होता था. Look at the branding and packaging now. So a lot has changed in the ecosystem, which is why I believe that brands can go, Indian brands are going to go global. I don't think it's about can. They will have their own journey. Some will get initial success, some will take longer time to find product market fit, some will take time to find a market. But the ecosystem is there. I think the maturity of the founders and the brand by itself has reached to a point where it's a world-class product. If most of the founders I meet, I look at it and I would be happy to buy it on an Amazon.com, Amazon.uk, and it'll beat packaging anywhere. And Naveen and I do this every weekend. We look at products to see कि यार ये product इंडिया से source हो रहा है, but एक US entrepreneur बेच रहा है, उससे अच्छी product आपको इंडिया में मिल रहा है at 1/10 the price. And then we go and go fund to that founder कि आप launch क्यों नहीं करते? Guys, I'll be around later as well.
I'll come back to you. I think we'll have our last two questions, right? But like I said, I'm going to make him sit in the chair after the event, and you can come one by one. Speed networking starts with him today. Yes. Too many people. Yeah, go ahead.
Since we started our company, and
Thank you. और मुझे सर मत बुलाओ. My name is Akshay, and thank you, sir.
and
हमारे employees का चूल्हा आपकी वजह से चलता है.
this is not a complaint, but most of the D2C commerce shippings are customer oriented. It's very good, but can we have any regulations for the brands to get some leverage on the shipping?
So you'll have to elaborate. I'm not clear on the question.
So it's something like on the returns
Yeah.
and the fake customers identification. There are a lot of orders are getting, and as a growing startups, we are losing a lot of
Money, yeah.
products, right? So is there any regulations can we bring? Because since you are aggregator, it can be implemented on a lot of shipping partners.
Yeah.
So is there any way to do
So yeah, again, regulation sounds a very government word, so I don't know how much we can do that. But in terms of internal, policies. So again, we have a product called Shiprocket Engage. The whole point of Engage is to help reduce your RTOs. And to help reduce your RTOs, it's the simple idea is around how do you, so it's about sending multiple communications to the customer. It's about converting a COD order to a prepaid order. So all of these small initiatives eventually chip away at that larger block of, you can call them fake customers, you can call them RTO. But I think the biggest thing that really impacts any brand, and I used to run marketing at Shiprocket for a very long time, and I ran a marketplace before that. It's about your marketing strategy, and I'm very happy to sit down with you. It's not about washing my hands off कि यार shipping problem नहीं है, but it is about your marketing strategy, right? When I used to run a marketplace, I can tell you the RTO from Google versus Facebook, and I'm talking about 17, 18, so my data may be dated, but at that point, 5-6x difference है. So आपने अपनी Facebook marketing बढ़ा दी, RTO तो पड़ेगा आपका. It's an impulse purchase versus someone searching on SEO and finding a purchase. And I'm not sure how different it is now. So it's not like bashing one partner versus the other, because I haven't done this for 5 years. But it's a holistic strategy that you should take. Again, I'm very happy to talk to you. Post this as well about a specific use case if you have. Very happy to deep dive with you into that also if you want. Shipping part, absolutely. मेरे साथ बैठो Shiprocket के साथ जो भी we can do. I used to run the domestic business for a large period of time. I understand it. Happy to go into a specific use case, but there are products, there are lots of startups doing niche work which can help you reduce your RTO. And then I think the bigger piece that you should look at is, of course, the marketing strategy you have, and figure out which channel is causing that.
Thank you so much.
Please. Can we have the mic there?
So just one question, because you also spoke of helping you strategize and decide the portfolio. So for example, we have a brand which has about 80 different types of teas, and we are struggling to figure out like which would be the right tea for UA market and UAE market and UK market, which is where we are helping them launch. So would you even be able to give those inputs, because you have an FPA, so you perhaps know what's coming? Would you be able to help on that?
In terms of the right product, you mean?
Yeah,
Because you have
product.
a diverse product portfolio.
Yeah, what would work and what would
Absolutely.
be
And
higher selling? And even uh, just to go deeper, one of the products they said over there, we may even need to change formulas for taste
absolutely.
preferences.
So again, so the second part of it, by the way, I'll tell you, no, we don't. We don't. There are actually, for specifically, and I'm very happy pitching partners in the ecosystem. There are companies in the UAE which are based in the UAE which are helping brands launch there. There's a company called Startify. He runs, I think, the D2C Insider community for the Middle East. They're doing that to that level where they're working with local experts to figure it out, right? What people like us are doing, and even Global is providing, so a lot of our insights are mutually done between Global and Shiprocket X, is from a data perspective. We'll help you identify these are the products that are selling, these are your products that are the best suited for it, and it's no strings attached. We come in, work with you on that. It's not that if you have to work with us to be able to do it, it's nothing, because if you grow, we'll grow. But if you want that really local level of insight, saying that if I have a a snacks brand and which flavor.
Sale se aana chahiye.
Haji, exactly.
Sale se
It's all about consultative selling, right? But if you want that local thing, that I have an FMCG like a snacks brand and I want to know which flavor to launch in the UAE, then there are people who have much deeper insight into the market, right? And we're happy to connect you with them, and because we've built those relationships everywhere. And so, because at the end of the day, if the brand goes live, the shipping comes to us, right? So we've built that ecosystem where we don't want a stake or something in anything. We just want you guys to launch. So, and every country will have this type of incubation setup where they'll help you take it to that next level. We have a product called LaunchX, and through that we help connect you to the entire ecosystem.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you.
And you got Sudhir lead today. Huh? You got Sudhir lead today.
Oh, you did?
No, you did not. You get to speak to Excellent, excellent, excellent. That was one wonderful session. I think he deserves another round of applause for that. Yeah. Right. We figured out a lot of stuff today, right? But the core of everything that you need to build is tech, isn't it? Right? Most of the D2C brands that today are not run by techies. Some are, most of them. We're trying to figure it out, correct? Right? To help you with that problem, is our next speaker on board. This gentleman is actually a big box of tech knowledge. I, as a person who's just working in the Shopify world, I actually go to him so often for questions that I don't understand at all. And this gentleman has been able to solve almost everything for us, right? To launch a product in India, website in India, you need to get your tech right. Foundation is tech. Your flows are broken, something could happen, right? जिसको हम बोलते फट गया आज कुछ. We keep using that word, right? आज कुछ फट गया. पता नहीं कैसे हुआ है, कौन सा कोड लाइन क्या किसने लिख दिया है, right? And then we go and talk to every enabler. What did you do, right? It happens, right? It happens every day, right? But it is part of a foundation. Part of going global is having the foundation right? Because you need to have the right tech to take your product outside. Doesn't matter it's offline, online, doesn't matter. The foundation is your tech products, the workflows, everything, right? Please give it up for Anuj Dayal, who's the next speaker. Anuj, are you around? Anuj, please give it up, Anuj. Yeah, he's the founder and CEO of Zestart. And I promise you, after the session is over, any tech question you have, he needs to answer it. Again, I'm going to nail him to a seat like Akshay here, and I'm going to ensure that every question is answered. Anuj, all yours. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Reo. Like everyone has talked about the going global, but what Rajat has already said, the foundation. So before going global, I'm going to talk about like where you are as a foundation. Are you ready to go global? Is your tech stack is ready to get that additional orders or additional things to manage the shipping or all the inventory management and all? So let's check the initial part. So yeah, the topic is like building your e-commerce empire. So now we have something to start. I believe all are there. Now we are talking to build a high rise. So I would like to check with the foundation where we are. So if you can scan the QR code and just answer one voting poll, or the other way around, just open slido.com and enter D2C Insider. Yeah. So can we see the answers? Okay, I would like to suggest keep this window open. I'm going to come back in the mid of the session as well. So, yep, if you can keep the window open in your browser. So everyone feels that the poor UX UI is the major part, the checkout process, the technology platform, yeah, SEO. All right, so I'm trying to cover more on the strategy side. Uh, and it's more about like the what kind of mistakes that we make and how we can rectify that so we can have a better stage to go global. So yeah, please. All right, so I start with the main part, the choice of technology. That's the main thing. Like people always make a mistake like which platform they should use: Shopify, WordPress, Magento. These are the major platform that we are using here in India, but there are more than 500 technologies available and you can have your own custom made. So how you choose that? What are the elements or parameters that you should check? That's something of market research, and you really need someone to understand your business statistics and what kind of processes that you need to choose the platform. The major challenge that we have seen during this journey as a consultant, like sometimes they use the legacy softwares or outdated softwares or the softwares which are not connected well, and that causing a issue. They do not have the same competitive advantage like what the other competitive brands are doing that with the latest one. The third one, most of the time we do not think about like how we'll customize it based on our need and what are the scalability options available. So we just think about today. We do not think about the tomorrow or the next month or the next few quarters. So that's where we get stuck after integrating of the tools or technology, and we get a bottleneck for our own growth. Uh, Again, selection of the third party integrations, how we choose the ERP, CRM, or any of the enabler softwares that we have available for the WhatsApp marketing or anything. So the major mistake that we do, like, we check the software as an isolation, and we do not think about like whether the integration is available with our tech stack, what we have already built with many other softwares, our foundations of website, and whether that is available for integration from first point to the last point. And that is where we get issues, and we found like, okay, after reaching to midway, oh, it's not working, and we may restart from the scratch, or we just continue with the those issues, and that become a daily hiccup for us. uh, Here in India, thanks to be a conscious, we always choose those softwares based on the pricing and based on the features count. So we always get like when someone comes to us like how we would make a website, how many features are there. So rather than features, you need what you actually need to sell, not the things. So that is a major issue. We have also seen like the competitors are using this software or this tool, so let's just integrate, it will work. So Tata Sky works like it's Kolagadala, Zingalala, but it doesn't work that way. It's always different for person to person. uh, yeah, integration of analytical tools. For the initial people, we found that they miss out to integrate those analytical tools or those data, so that can help for the future decisions. Unfortunately, these things are really important on the day one before you start making your website. If you have done the rightly market research about the e-commerce, not about the product side, I believe that is already done and you have already done all the R&D and the testing. So yeah, I'm just talking about the making of e-commerce. So these things are something which we have seen, when someone comes at the midway, we found some of the issues are matching with this mainly. uh, just one brand we met in a Delhi meetup a couple of weeks ago in D2C Insider, where we come to know someone has said that since you have so many animations, you cannot make it on Shopify. So technically, Shopify has nothing to do with the animation. It's a front side. You can make any kind of animation with any of the technology. Because of that, what they are facing right now, the technology stack, it gives them a high maintenance. Again, they are not having a performance issues, and they become the poor ROI become a bottleneck for them. So now they are looking for making another website, which is again an investment of money, and they continue selling on the existing website where they don't get sufficient ROI as a startup. So that's a bottleneck as a business, what we know. The second example which I can give you, a very good brand from the Noida again. Um, and we have found they are working with the ERP software starting from 2014. It doesn't have any online integrations. They have multiple stores. They have online presence since many years. But since the integration between online and offline is not possible, they are facing the issue of the inventory sync. They do all the manual work daily. They need to do all the things for each and every store and the online, and that's a daily hiccup. It is like a huge amount of investment of manpower, and certainly because of that they are not able to scale well, or it's always a hiccup. So I believe those are the software related stuff. Now let's think about, so this is something like very important tagline what I can say, how you choose the software. And now I'm trying more about let's think we have choose the right software, right technology, and let's start building up the website. So the main part is the UX UI, which everyone feels that, but yeah, that is a step two. That's for me. So most of the time we do not design first and we start implementation directly on the website. Sometimes we go with the flow, so we put the sections and elements based on the thing what we come into the mind, and sometimes we directly work on the live websites just to try it. So that makes a major issues. It doesn't match with the overall guidelines or overall the completeness of the website. It looks like you are on one page and then you go to the another page, you just completely change the website. Sometimes it also happens. uh, the major issue with the media files and sizes, so that also leads to the poor performance of the website. So we've seen that very often, because of the large size of media files, your pages are not loading on the mobile or even on the desktop, and customer get frustrated, and sometimes you get a high bounce rate because of the day same. Mobile optimization, responsiveness, multiple device check. Nowadays, I believe due to the performance marketing, majority sales are coming from the mobile. And if the mobile optimization is not done rightly, then again you are going to face those issues uh, with the sales. The checkout processes, already fellow colleagues have already discussed the same, and we all know why we need a one page checkout or the easiest checkout. So it should not ask for the so many details, should not be a complex one. uh, so that we can get a better. One more thing, how we can search on the website for the right product, cataloging. So sometime we do not have a rightly search options or the filtering options, so we niche down. I mean, if we have a huge catalog or the category alignment is not done correctly, then this issue always comes on the top. Marketplaces, I mean, if we see that they have a highest dependency on the search and filter options because of the large catalog size. Uh, I believe we all don't like so many pop-ups and advertise, but we do the same with our customers. So it's not right. I mean, at some point of time, they are going to fed up with that. So better keep it as minimal as possible and just go specific. So would be a good option for to showcase. Again, one more example. We recently got connected with this brand locally, and they wanted us to start with the performance marketing. And this is how that category page looks like. I try to capture the entire page, and I asked a question to the founder, like, just forget about that, like you are owner of this site for 30 seconds, and tell me, do you think you are going to buy a product from this website? After 10 seconds, he said no. I say, congratulations. If you are not going to buy, we'll put a trust on your brand. So this is where the UX UI or even the designing everything is went wrong, and that's what we have seen so much often. Like again, one more interesting story which I come to know from this brand. Like she said that we have designed this entire website from the people, those who have done the development for the Beardo brand. So it is a developers, not the actually a person who has designed the structure, architect. So they just use the developers as a freelancers, and they thought like, okay, we have done everything rightly. uh, so here it is more important, I would like to emphasize on investing. Most of the time, sometimes we see it as a initial stage, like it's a cost, but it is really investment. If you do not invest well in your UX UI, your presentation, it would actually cost you long on a daily basis in a chunk. But we are largely, if we see at a later stage, the cost is super high. So just to recap what we have discussed so far about the foundation, based on my thing, like choice of technology, the UX UI part, integration of third party tools, how you manage that part, the speed optimization, mobile optimization. If we reach there, then I believe we are ready to get started and we are on right track. So business can be started after this. So at least we can start domestic, what I can say. The next part, the major thing, what you all have selected, the poor SEO strategy and content strategy. So again, we do not define the cataloging well. We do not structurize the category assignment, the top menu structure, which product should go in which category, the multiple category assignment for the products. So those things, put customer out of the search and finding a right product at a time when they are looking for it. So that loss of business, what I can say. uh, Sometimes we just copy the description of the same category product to the all the products, or just one or two lines, or just a bullets. So again, missing out the actual information what customers are looking at. If you can print that well, uh, and I believe it's already discussed how the product page should be for the selling part, so I'm not going further in the detail. Again, SEO friendliness, SEO friendly URL structure, that is something, content marketing strategy. So if you do not do on-site SEO at the time of launch, I'm not talking about the actual SEO services which we pursue for the retainership basis, but if you do not do your robot.txt file while your indexing is not done rightly for the Google, if you do not go for the keyword research and metadata detailing, then on the day one you are going to lose a lot many values, and on the larger scale or the later stage you are going to lose your organic traffic at all. After doing this all on the on-site, it is also important, like you start continue writing a fresh and quality content, not just copy paste or trying to have more things over there. So that keeps customer engagement, that keeps you ahead of the curve, and also give you advantage on the getting a high ranking on day by day, even you do not invest with the SEO for any third party. uh, these all things actually lead to the last one. If we do not do this, the five things rightly, then the sixth one will be the outcome. uh, the very well-known brand and a really good example, So there, one of the category man says man.html as a URL. That keyword is also just a man, and they haven't done any kind of SEO over there. So certainly they are doing good as a business, but they are losing like a free traffic and a free organic sell. So ultimately they are paying a lot more for the performance marketing, and that's major channel or the way the brand is known now. But yeah, this can help them to get a even better traffic or better free sales, I would say, without investing anything further. So yeah, this is a second thing, like SEO, again saying the same, like the on-site SEO or the SEO audit on the day one when you go launch the website on the first time. So that is really important, how you design it, how you allow customers to search it well for the cataloging. So that will help a journey. The once we are set up with everything, let's start to shout out to the market. Most of the Indian D2C brand we have seen, they are over dependent on PPC, and just a major or their 80-90% sales are coming through that. So let's not depend on just one sales channel, which is a performance marketing. There are many n number of channels like marketplace. I understand the costing and the margins, but if you are new, you can always try that. What already Akshay has told, like on the day one, it's always advisable to try your new product or new brand launch on a marketplace where you get a water to be tasted, and if you are getting a good response, go for your website, and maybe you can continue B2B marketing, or drop shipping is also one of them. uh, Organic SEO, if you feel like your business is for the long term, not just for 1 year to 5 year tenure, then certainly invest on the SEO from the day one or as soon as possible, the moment you allow get a freedom of fund to invest there, because it's a kind of a mutual fund, I believe. The longer you sustain with the SEO, the better you get the returns at a later stage. Another aspect, not just a performance marketing, but again a free social media marketing or customer engagement. The way you post your quality content, you try to engage visitors, or you make them aware about the brand, about the industry, that may get you the loyal customers, or just start getting a readers, and then convert into the customers. uh, this is again, we are using WhatsApp marketing nowadays, very popular here in India, but SMS is almost outdated. And but yeah, email marketing is something like we can start once we set up with the one or two brand sales. Yeah, it was from his call, so it's not my laptop. Yeah. Uh, Again, I have seen influencer marketing and affiliate marketing, majority brands are doing along with the performance marketing, but it's more advisable if you do things diversified. Your risk would be diluted, and yeah, you'll get a better sales, and it will increase your brand identity, brand visibility, and the later stage you get a more free organic traffic. That's a main part of what I would say. Again, choosing a channel is always depend on your stage of the business. It's not something you can start all six together, otherwise you would not get idea like where you should invest the fund, how much fund should be invested. So it's always a stage, and it's depend on the brand, type of product, niche, everything. So yes, it's more like a consultation, and at what stage you should start what. So uh, this is again a example. Just after the Delhi event, we got a question from this brand in the group, and people have answered like what are the channels, and then the again founder contacted us, and she was 100% or nearly 100% dependent on the performance marketing on Meta, and their account got suspended for 2 days, and she was really on a panic situation. So it was a situation like she is almost out of the business. She don't know how to pay the salaries from the next day onwards, right? Because their sales was nearly zero. So that's the reason why we should have a diversification rather than giving an entire pie. I mean, entire 100% to the one marketing channel. If we do all this correctly, the SEO, marketing, and things are working well. So I believe we are flying really high, and it's a time to go to the next level. So now we are reaching to the global. We have done the technology software well. We set up the UX UI and things well. Then we done on-site SEO, and now sales channel are working. What next? So the next is it's more important like how we measure the parameters, whether we are going in the right direction and what we are doing with the business. So what are the metrics to measure the parameters? One is analytics, the most important, the first one and very basic Google Analytics, or we can say the website analytics. The second one is like how we check our sales and revenue reports. Tools like Shopify and WooCommerce already giving us the initial platform or the dashboard which we get the data, but still we need to deep dive and we need to get more details when we have a large number of orders per day or per week. The another important metrics is a marketing performance budget and all. I mean, like how we are diversifying and what budget we are using where, which channel actually give us a more return, where we should double down, what's market segment. So those reports will help us to get a better like cash flow management or the marketing budget management. Uh, Akshay has already talked about the inventory and supply chain management, why it's important, what are the parameters. He has skipped that slide, otherwise I would not have to talk further. But yeah, this is something really, really important. If you do not have rightly managed supply chain or the inventory, your hero products are sometimes missed out from the out of stock, or you don't know from where to ship. Your costing of the shipping would increase. So those are the important parameter how you define from where you should keep your stock majorly in the warehouses, in which region. Customer analysis is more important. We should get the feedbacks, survey forms. That's how we get idea like, okay, which products are like-minded, what are the changes that we can think of, what are the other variations we can make of, what's the area or the category where we can try to add more products in our catalog. This is something, a collection of all the other 5 reports using the artificial intelligence or machine learning. We should try that like the future forecasting that can help us to define like what should be the next. And along with this all, the competitor analysis is always important, the market trends and where market or the, the economy is going on. So these all are like something very generic because I cannot make it specific to the audience. It's always depend on the size of business, stage of the business, type of product, and so many things. But very, very important, if you do not do this, you really don't know what is happening. Yes, you are earning something, but you won't be able to scale it back at after a certain amount of time, and that is a major challenge that we have seen with most of the brands. And they get involved in more operations. They do not know how to do decision making, and that's what stops them. If we can do these things well after doing the other things, I believe we can always land on the moon. So that's what I can think. uh, I believe I give the blueprint easy to implement or some stuff. Rajat is saying no. So how you are going to do that? So you do not need to worry about that. I'm just keeping this question now. So don't worry, we are here. So I would like to call myself Dr. E-commerce bits because the entire presentation was all about strategy. It's all about your specific brand. It's not just specific to the individual, I mean, generic to the everyone. So yes, it's a doctor's advice, and you need to sit with us for a couple of sessions, not just one session. And that's how we can help you to the uh, growth strategy. Just would like to give couple of I mean, now where I am. So hi everyone, myself Anuj Dalal, and I'm running this agency for 13 years. I'm having a technical experience of 15 years. I have been invited in a couple of sessions as a speaker, just 2 minutes. And yeah, earlier to this, I used to talk about almost all the tech events. This is the first session where I'm talking to the D2C brands. That's me. Couple of case studies. We just launched a very new brand during the lockdown. And on the very first week, we got 300 orders. This is a image that I just got from the Twitter post, which we did in 2020. The another case study, like where within 8 months after redesigning of the local brand, we do not have increased the performance marketing budget or any sales budget, but just changing of the strategy has increased their revenue by 12x. That was a case study. Again, this is a B2B brand where industrial niche products not required by everyone, but yes, the SEO strategy, just on-site strategy, has helped them to get 20 plus leads every month, and the leads are like General Motors, Tesla, and very big brands they are getting nowadays. One more overseas client example, just with the maintenance and the organic SEO. So they have got the 19x return. So what next? Would you like to be a world's largest company? So yeah, here I am. So I always like to quote myself with this line. I heard somewhere, and I like this: "Good is not good enough when better is possible." So don't limit yourself. Just break the boundaries. I'm sure there is a lot more opportunity. So here I would like to add one more line. We as an agency used to work for the overseas only until 10, I mean, first 10 years of the our journey. It's been 13 years. Now we found that like India has a lot more potential. That is the answer to the previous question as session's question. So that's how we started focusing a lot more on Indian businesses. So certainly the pricing of 1 rupee to 80 rupee dollar is not that matching, but yes, I mean, we can see a lot more potential. That's why we are here. Thank you.
Please give it for Anuj, guys. Okay, we are running slightly late. Anuj is here throughout there, but we'll take one question if there is any. Or Anuj is actually, yeah, please go ahead.
So you mentioned about the influencer marketing and affiliate marketing. So don't you think it's dead now, or it's a bubble to blast in a few days?
So till the time you are getting a juice, let's just get out of it, right? So everyone is doing that. And marketing is always like evolving. The SMS was there. Now WhatsApp is becoming clutter. So something new should be coming in the coming days, right? Till the time it's working till the last moment, or wherever you are getting a value for money, ROIs are matching, you should continue with that.
So what alternative you see as in for this influencer marketing as of now with
So,
all your experience?
as I said, like it's always depend on the brand where you are. Like, I mean, if you are still a fashion apparel, I would say influencer marketing is still working very well for them, right? If it's a healthcare or something like that, then articles or the if you make a community build, like a awareness of the products, what makes better for you, why the multivitamins are required, what makes different in your lifestyle. So those kind of community marketing can also be there, right? So it's a brand awareness or the just people awareness. So it's all depend like where you are, in what segment you are, and that's why this was a so generic, right? But yeah, I'm sure you all can connect few points for you, and specific we can always discuss in person.
Thank you. Please give it up for Anuj. Yeah.
Thank you.
The man has a Midas touch. So because he's shown so many case studies now, if you want your name to be there, please speak to him after the sessions. Right? Coming to the last session, right? I didn't do it. I didn't touch anything. Huh? Sir, आपका कुछ problem हो रखा है. So, Mr. Zuckerberg, who's making a lot of money from us, he is, right? Facebook. Do you know what is his next big investment where he's doing? Any guesses? Metaverse. Anyone who knows what metaverse is? I'm still trying to figure it out, right? But there is someone here who's going to demystify that and going to teach you how to actually use it for your advantage, right? It's an unknown world altogether. It's basically blue ocean thinking, in my opinion, right? And the gentleman who's coming on board to tell us about it, right, is distinguished to the core, right? He has a bachelor's and master's in manufacturing engineering at Cambridge University. He's an MBA from INSEAD. He has 14 years of work experience in entrepreneurship, project management, supply chain, and a lot more, right? He's been an investment banker. He's worked in a global placement. He's an advisor there. He's an investor. I can keep going on and on about him. Please give it up for Karan from Sandbox. Karan, please. थोड़ा जोर से आखिरी है. Karan, the
Hi
stage is
guys, thank you
yours.
so much. Yeah, we're working. Thank you. Happy to be here. It's a new topic, something called the metaverse. I'm here to demystify it for you, put it in an Indian context. Our company is called BharatBox. How to get Indian brands and Indian culture on the metaverse, right? And that's what we're here to talk about, the Indian neighborhood. So what is the metaverse, right? Um, a metaverse is a digital universe where we can have virtual experiences and social experiences. But which metaverse out there, right? How did the metaverse, where did metaverse come from? It came in the early 90s in 1992 in a Hollywood movie where they named the word metaverse, right? And they joined meta and verse and made it together. Metaphysical world and verse. And from metaphysical, they got meta and the word metaverse came about. Um, After that, metaverse started getting traction after the global financial crisis when Bitcoin came out and people start talking of decentralization, where you can own your assets and own your collectibles and create something on the metaverse through Web3. And that's later on after that, Facebook changed the name to Meta, which gave a lot of marketing to this industry. And everyone said, we want to go and make a metaverse. But what is it out there, right? This is what you need to understand. When you're talking of metaverses, you have two types of metaverses. You have Web 2 and you have Web 3. Web 2 is, let me go back a bit slower, in fact. Let's start what is Web 1. Web 1 started in the 80s when we had emails, or in the early 90s when the world started with emails, and that was Web 1 technology. Web 2 then started in 2000s when we had social media, the likes of Facebook, Snapchat, um, Instagram. That's all Web 2 technology. But Web 1 and Web 2, in both the cases, all your content, all the ownership of your data, your brand, your IP is all owned by the corporations being Google, Facebook, Amazon, and the like, and Apple. These few corporations own the content and the data, which is what then led to Web 3 with the Web 3 revolution through blockchain technology, which introduced other companies which give an opportunity to give digital land, digital assets, where brands like yourself can actually own your assets on the metaverse. Large companies today, if you look at, like, give an example of Warner Music, just take a big brand, right? Or look at a brand like Adidas, another fashion large brand. They have to design a Web 2 metaverse strategy and also a Web 3 metaverse strategy. So as hopefully you reach a global scale, you'll have to think of both Web 2 and Web 3 because they're very different audiences in both the metaverses. Also, Web 3 gives you revenue and monetization, which in a Web 2 metaverse does not give you. In a Web 2 metaverse, you can only have ads or sponsorship and you can pay it from your marketing budget, but you cannot earn revenue from your metaverse experience which you develop and which you invest in. Web3 will give you that opportunity. So what does Web3 enable? Web3 enables a new digital economy. So you need to first get your land on the metaverse, which is buy land and understand how to get land. Then build your experience, which is build your game, your social hub, and your experience. And the third part is how do you monetize? How do you monetize your experience then on the metaverse? This is what I'm here to tell you about and how you can make it possible for your brand and whatever scale you are to take your brand global and share your experience about your brand with a global audience. Yes, the space is confusing. Which land should I buy? What should be the virtual world? How do I know it's not a scam? How do I create an NFT? Is it crypto related? What's the fair value? How do I get a wallet? How do I measure my success? How do I get my ROI metrics? So these are all questions which are in a mind, which is in everyone's mind. This is still an early space, right? So let's try to solve some of these, and hopefully by the end of the presentation, we can understand a bit of this more clearer. So yeah, so now let's talk about how we can do this for India and how we are doing it for the Indian audience, where your brands can also then uh, get a benefit by associating with other Indian IPs and celebrities who have already joined the metaverse and get the same user base to your account. This is a short video about what the Sandbox Metaverse is, which is one of the platforms I'm here to talk to you about. It just explains to you what it is so you understand it. Okay, there's no volume, but that's fine. So the first part is to get your land on the map. So as you can imagine, it's quite important to know where on the map you go, which I'll tell you about. then you can build anything on your land, whether it's a house, whether it's a shopping mall, whether it's a restaurant, whether it's a showroom. Any experience can be built, like a house, a party, concert area. Just showing you a few examples. Um, in the end, we'll see examples what retail and consumer brands have done. I'm leaving that for the end. Then you create NFTs. So these NFTs can then be sold of your virtual merchandise. So the way Nike made a Nike shoe, which you all might have heard about, and for Gucci that we partnered with, I'll show you what we did for Gucci globally. So you make virtual NFTs for your brand and sell them as merchandise and collectibles. And then players, you create games where players and avatars will come buy that merchandise and then play games and play quests on the metaverse, right? And complete those quests for your brand. And as they get quest points, they'll get reward points in tokens, and those tokens then get converted to loyalty points for your brand. The way Starbucks is doing right now, and Polygon has partnered with Starbucks to do that. Right? These are parameters and how to create the NFTs. This is, you can understand a bit later. Let me. That's it. So digital worlds, right? Today, people are spending 12 hours a week in these digital neighborhoods or digital worlds. That's more than what people are spending on TV, which is the importance of entering a virtual metaverse as you scale your brand. Especially if your target consumer are Gen Z, target consumers, the younger population, they want to be creators, they want to own their assets, and that is the future, right? They're not passive viewers where they just want to see an ad on Instagram and like it. They actually want to trade in it. They want to be able to own a particular asset. They want to show their loyalty to their brand and also participate, and then in the future in the governance of the brand. So NFTs last year was $40 billion globally spent on NFTs across sectors, not just retail, but this is across sectors. The Sandbox is a platform in 12 countries now. In India 3 months ago, what we're doing with BharatBox for them. Globally, more than 700 brands, right from a celebrity like Snoop Dogg or Paris Hilton to brands like Adidas, Gucci, McDonald's, Carrefour. I'm giving a few D2C examples. Also financial services, any industry has to think of the metaverse. So as you can see, companies like PwC, HSBC, Standard Chartered. So it's not just the celebrities and entertainment industry, but even financial services and retail, which are entering the metaverse in a big way. Or media agencies like Time Magazine, South China Morning Post, Hungama Music, and the others. So the idea is to create an experience on a virtual platform where your brand, your own IP can own the assets through true digital ownership. And even then, when those assets are sold to your consumers or to your loyal customers, they will own those assets which they can trade and play games with. Right? That's the concept. So first they are creators. They're creators who build these experiences. You have to work with a brand, which is culture. So you have brands like, as I said, Gucci, Adidas, Snoop Dogg. So we work with local IPs and brands. We then create an experience for them. As you can see, that's an avatar of a lady over there. So the players create avatars for themselves. And then through your brand, it's possible for you to own land, build an experience, play an experience where players will come to meet. Then your customers will meet each other, meet them in your experience, and then everyone can earn and then monetize where you earn revenue out of that. So that's the concept. And as you build your land on a neighborhood, as you can imagine, your brand can be, you can position your brand next to a particular Bollywood celebrity or a movie studio or an IP. So you can help to get traction from other customers and other celebrities and IPs onto your land, right? And everything is through blockchain, which is transparent and accountable. So all the revenues are through the blockchain and automated. And once you become a land partner, 95% of the revenues which are generated through the platform are to your account. And the metaverse platform Sandbox takes only a 5% fee. So that is the upside which you can potentially generate, right? It's very rare that you'll get a rev share of 5 and 95 in the centralized world. So what can you create? You can create anything. You know, it's the possibilities are limitless. These are just a few examples. You can create social hubs where people can come and interact. A dance club. You can host concerts. Like recently, we did a collaboration. Gucci is one of the brands of ours, and Snoop Dogg is a brands of ours. So after a few months, we did an experience now in the metaverse. We did a collaboration between Gucci and Snoop Dogg. So the idea is that once you are on a metaverse platform and other celebrities on a metaverse platform, you can have cross collaboration events as well, concerts as well, where your brand will get an opportunity to interact with other IP owners as well. Decorate housing, tourism, museums and galleries, fashion collectibles. We recently had a fashion show on the metaverse as well. I'll show you about that a bit later. and obviously playing games where gaming, the heart of it is gaming to make the experience engaging, so the user completes quests, wins NFTs, and wins rewards as well. So converting giving a gamified experience to your brand. Yep. So users from 150 countries will get access to your brand. The user base is 40% Asia, which is a lot of users from Singapore, Thailand, Japan, Korea, Eastern Europe 30%, and America has been 25%. A global user base. How do you enter the sandbox? The first step is the land, where you become a land partner and get access to the metaverse. Then you create experiences and game jams, where we create virtual experiences based on what your brand wants or what you desire on the platform. And the third part is then you activate your community and your customers to have they get gated they get access to token gated experiences where they can come and be a part of the brand and play games and engage, and then you can engage with your audience and give them utility also in the real world with discount coupons and all of that. So what are we doing in India? Just been 4-5 months. We've already signed 15 partners, more than 5 studio partners who are developing these products. Of course, because that's what we always begin with in a new market, because that helps gets the other industries. Sports, here we're talking about retail, fashion, beauty, electronics, jewelry, any sector, and obviously financial services. So in India, who have we signed upon? Hangama Music, which is a large music channel with an 87 million user base. Eros being a large movie studio with more than 12,000 movies. Shemaru, which is another film and entertainment studio with a 50 million user base. T-Series being the largest music studio in India and also the largest YouTube channel in the world. And Mythoverse, which is another interesting project, where a producer called Madhu Mentana is bringing the Mahabharata onto the metaverse. So all these IPs will have land in the Bharat box. And around these IPs, we will be, as we keep growing, we'll be signing more IPs. We'll be signing other companies. We have also signed more than 15 other gaming companies, NFT marketplaces, healthcare companies. And now we are starting to work with D2C and financial services. In the auto sector, we're working with TVS Motors, just to give you an example of auto. But we'll move further now in these other sectors. So what have we done at a global level in the D2C sector, right? Let's start with fashion. I've just made a few examples. I wasn't sure what the target audience is here, so I'm just giving a few examples of what we've done with some of the largest global brands in the world, right? So let's aim to be there. Fashion, let's start with Gucci, which is what we made a vault for them. Let's go a bit ahead. I'll show you a small video, what we did for them. So they wanted to show exclusivity for their brand. Gucci is a luxury brand. So they wanted to show exclusivity. So we created these games and quests where people have to enter this metaverse experience. They have to play these games and quests. I know the volume can come. And then they get access to the Gucci vault. And if they complete all the quests, then they get to enter the Gucci vault. And in the Gucci vault, they win prizes and assets through NFTs. So that was the concept. So you can see this guy is going on a motorcycle. He has to do some quest. Then he has to run in a maze. Goes to a museum and now gets access to the vault. That was the concept. And then when he gets in the vault, he gets access to these 8 NFTs, which are valuable Gucci items. This is all virtual merchandise, nothing physical. So this is all virtual, right? And then people are buying these NFTs where they can get access to this merchandise once they complete the quest in the game, and then they can buy that, and then they will sell that onwards to other people, of course. Another advantage is through blockchain is that obviously you guys, as I said, you get 95% of the revenue generated through sale of your products, virtual merchandise, and also let's say, I don't know what's your name there, gentleman in the front, Paramveer, and your name, Germina. Jamina? Yeah. So if Paramveer, the consumer Paramveer is the player, he completes all the quests, he buys and let's say I'm Gucci. You buy the NFT from me, from the platform. Gucci earns 95%, 5% goes to Sandbox, the platform. Then if Paramveer sells that as NFT later on to Germina, then the IP, which is Gucci or the brand, will still get half of that, which is 2.5%. And for every trade which happens in the future, you'll keep getting 2.5%. And it's all through the blockchain. So it's all automated. So it's all available online to see where your NFT is sold and how you get revenues into your wallet, right? So it's not just primary sale. It's also about secondary and future sales. This is not a large 2.5% is not a large amount, but the point is that there is revenue to be made in the future till the asset is alive. yeah, you make your own landing page. That's, you know, we'll provide you with the tech to do that. We'll help you make your own web page, and so you can monetize your market your experience. Of course, marketplace links and support. Then you can have events, give reward pools where you can call your engage with your audience, like we did for McDonald's. For McDonald's, they gave a pool of around $10,000 only for players who came and played the experience, and a reward pool if they completed the quest. So some kind of monetization benefit for players to come and play the games. Something as a marathon clothing. Here we did something more traditional. They wanted to make a store, a virtual showroom and a virtual store, and then sell collectibles and generate revenue. They did not want to make an experience the way Gucci did. Gucci obviously had higher budgets. So in this case, we made a store and did that. Carrefour, this is a large, if you know, it's a large supermarket from France. It's like the Walmart of France. So they're present on education. They wanted to talk of biodiversity and education for students, and capture the young crowd through that. So that's what they built in the metaverse. They built an education academy and are engaging with the audiences and young students through that product. Yeah, so this is a supermarket with trying to show what they do in Carrefour. So they made seven NFT collectibles, 254 assets, and all were sold out in the same day, right? So that's how fast products sell in the metaverse. I don't know which one this is now. I think this is McDonald's now. So we did this for McDonald's for their 40th wedding, 40th anniversary. Sorry, which is just 2 months ago. Made a McNuggets world, a play area, and then McDonald's created avatars and gave prizes to their users through these products, and we also gave real world memorabilia, which were caricatures of McNugget players, and they had an offline experience with their users where they called users to an offline event and made them interact through the metaverse and also offline. So the volume is not there, but as you can see, this was built for McDonald's. So anything is possible. Restaurant, a brewery, whatever your product is out there, you can take that to virtual worlds and take it to a global audience and get people to access it. I'll show you what we did for Paris Hilton. This is not D2C, but I want to show you this is similar to what we're building now for Shemaru, and play the volume no, for this one. What we're building for other Bollywood celebrities and movie studios. This is we try to show Paris Hilton, try to show luxury yacht. I don't know, volume's not working. Okay, no problem. Show an island life. These are real players. These are avatars which are other players who've come to play in an experience. So these avatars or players can come to your experience as well. That's the goal. Like how Gucci showed their experience, right? We are going to be pulling in avatars and players coming to other virtual worlds. They can immediately then move to your world on the map. That's the logic. They have a concert in the metaverse, have a nightclub experience, right? And the like. So these are other players. They are, you know, they are playing the game and also meeting. They can speak to each other as well. So just to conclude, what are the 3 steps? First is establish your land presence. What size of land do you want? A 1x1, a 2x2, a 3x3. There are various types of sizes of lands which you can get. Second is build your experience. And then the third part is activate your community and monetize, right? This is the roadmap. It's still early days. It is the future though. Things are moving in the right direction. And we are happy to here to support you for years to come. We are in the market, committed to India. This is our 12th country globally. And yeah, uh, let's build the future together. That's our Twitter handle, the Sandbox India. That's our Telegram QR code. That's my email ID. Reach out to us, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them just on time.
I felt so maybe what was happening. I wish someone there because it made more engaging, but here I can give respect, right?
Any questions? I think the gentleman had a question. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I got it. By the way, great stuff. I think everyone will going to kind of take for this.
clearly the metaverse is an immersive social tool, right? So how does one brand like a Bharat Box or a Sandbox differentiate? Because the value here is only when you have enough players in the system for a brand to come and set up real estate there. In the case of metaverse or anything online or digital, the value is intrinsically lost because there is no dearth of it, right? NFTs was a classic example of
Yeah.
this. So how does a Bharat Box or a Sandbox differentiate? And the second part of the question is, uh, okay, everything right now is very digital, so the coupons and collectibles
Yeah.
are online. How does that translate into an on-ground discount coupon or
Yeah.
cashback? Is there anything? Because from what I see, technologically, where Doom was when I was growing up playing those video games, right? And this is going to be exponential. In the next 10 years, these
Yeah.
graphics are going to be very immersive. So yeah, the question is, number one, how do you
Twofold.
differentiate? And number two, how do I get the benefit in my pocket, in my wallet right now?
Yeah. So let's take the first question, take it two parts, right? So the first part is how do you differentiate and choose your metaverse, which I try to first. The first step you have to take is action you have to take is, do you want to be in a Web 2 metaverse or do you want to be in a Web 3 metaverse? So first you have to understand that, right? A Web 2 metaverse will not give you chances to monetize and earn revenue, but will give you a higher user base. You cannot compare like a Roblox or a Minecraft. That's a 500, you have 50 million user base. So you'll get a large user base. You'll get access to the kids who are 12 to 13 years old who are playing that. That is a transition today, Minecraft and Roblox from an Xbox or a PS5. The kids of today who are 9 and 12, they're moving toward these games, right? So that's the audience there. Then you decide, okay, I want a Web 2 presence. You do something in the Web 2 space. But you're not going to monetize. That's more for marketing to get young users to your brand, right? Then in the Web 3 space, okay, I want to create a metaverse experience and I also want to monetize it through a Web 3 platform, right? Then you have 3 or 4 choices of metaverse platforms in the Web 3 space. The two largest in the world are Decentraland and Sandbox. Decentraland became a DAO, so it's not growing that much anymore. Others are there like Spatial and Somnium Space, which I also showed. Then that's how. Then let's answer your question which you asked. How do we differentiate ourselves with the Bharat Box is the India map of the Sandbox. It is a sandbox, but in India. What's different about Sandbox is that in each market, we are creating regional neighborhoods. So as we have grown, we obviously started from the US. It's a French company, but in the US, we first signed Paris Hilton, Snoop Dogg, and the larger IPs. Then we are creating regional neighborhoods for each geography. So in Hong Kong, we created Hong Kong Megacity. We created Koreaverse. Singapore, we called it Lion City after the lion emblem. India, we called it Bharat Box. And the goal is that in each local region, we work with first local entertainment IPs and IPs which can bring traffic from the local region, which is why I showed you a few large brands. Oh, they're not easy to deal with. It's entertainment companies, as you can imagine. And we get them onboarded first. And then after that, we onboard gaming companies and then move towards the D2C sector, auto sector, financial services, and other corporates which can enter the experience so they can get value from the other users who will come for the entertainment brands. And they also get value from the users as they're targeting brands are targeting a global audience. So on the map, the users will get access to the brands will get access to fan base and user base for the global brands. Like let's say if I'm a fan of Snoop Dogg, or I'm a fan of Warner Music, or I'm a fan today we are signed NBC Universal with Jurassic Park, and it's all on the same map. I've not shown the map because I don't have internet access, but you can go to Sandbox website and you can see the map, and you can simply click on any of those IPs, and your logo will be really next to those IPs. So they can just with the click of a button on a website move to your brand, and within 2 minutes move to NBC Universal in the West and see Jurassic Park, play the Jurassic Park experience. So that's how we differentiate ourselves. And the second question was it?
Token value.
Yeah, very good question. So what we believe is not just digital, right? I gave the digital merchandise, but we have to have its phygital value, which is physical and digital, which means especially in India, हमको क्या मिलेगा? So what is the utility behind the NFT, right? So with you can have a meet and greet where for example, now with the movie studios, for example, for Shemaru, we are saying they're making Jab We Met 2 now. We're saying that we're going to integrate a Jab We Met NFT and show that some NFT holders will get a visit, the platinum holders will get an access to a day on the sets. Just an example. Other brands can give loyalty cards like Starbucks has done and give a discount coupon. So we have to give when you design the NFT, there'll be a utility associated, which I showed on the landing page. You can click on the NFT and then the buyer sees what is the physical utility behind the NFT. So that's very important for an Indian market because they believe in physical value as well, not just digital.
Safe to say the entire immersive online experience is about one generation or two generations away. The 9 to 12
Yeah, no, so correct. So, this is a long-term play. If you're looking at it, I want to come in the play and make money within 6 months and 1 year, it's not the case. It's a 3 to 5 year play. You start early now. Now the cost of you doing it will be much cheaper because the land is much cheaper, the development costs are much cheaper. But as the markets grow, the land will get more expensive, and the development will also get more expensive, right? But yes, so it's an early stage. Metaverse, it's a startup in itself. We're like one of you guys, but in the tech space. So yeah, that's where we're at. But we've signed some big brands, like you can see, and yeah, so we're hoping that they will drive the traffic, and we work with smaller brands who can benefit from access to the user base of the larger brands. That's very important. That's how we differentiate ourselves, right? Because the user base who will come for these larger brands and larger IPs will automatically then get access to you just through a website, just through a link on the website. It's not complicated. You just click on the map, and you can move from one world to another.
The gentleman here had a question. Sir,
Okay.
you only.
Very amazing insight. What I wanted to understand. Yeah, so what I wanted to understand, you just mentioned that you're getting to financial services. Now, I'm a logistics provider, my services are logistics. Now, if, for example, if I could think, so how would you, for a financial service, what a person would come and do on the metaverse? Just
Yeah.
thinking of.
So, for example, some of our clients, I never show those videos because not financial services, but some of our clients are PwC, HSBC, Standard Chartered, DBS Bank. So, what are we doing for these experiences, right? So, let's take DBS as an example. They wanted to how someone like Standard Chartered is a bit different. But let's start with DBS. So DBS said that we want to promote sustainability and climate tech. We want to show we're a climate tech conscious company. So they build a metaverse experience about sustainability, about greenery, forest, games based on that concept where players should come to play and engage with the audience to promote their values. So that's an example we did with DBS. Someone like Standard Chartered, they've taken a more traditional route. They've tried to show that we are set up in 1800s, late 1800s. We first started in this country, and then we grew all over the world. And they're making a showroom, so they made a virtual branch. They're making a academy, where young startup academy, where young founders can go and interact in the academy on the metaverse and learn about valuations and financial modeling and things like that. Just an example. Or an example of PwC. So PwC in the metaverse, they're having contests for students where students they want to have an accelerator kind of hackathon for tech development and for tech entrepreneurs. So tech entrepreneurs through their metaverse application are applying for are doing a hackathon and applying for grants. So I'm just giving examples of the
Got it.
how
So,
financial services
so
work.
maybe if I could relate for a logistics company like
Yeah.
me into cross-border logistics, for brands like these, if they would ship with us, we could give them shipping tokens or something like that. Can that be built on the model?
No, so shipping, you'll have to give who shipping tokens? This is
Mozu. So
right.
basically, so will they then?
Yeah, so they could get sand tokens, which you could then convert to shipping tokens. So you'll have to convert. You'll have to
Coming back to his point, because
yeah, you'll have
what
to like discount tokens, like I'm talking
exactly.
about. Yeah, yeah. So we can integrate. So that will have to be integrated. So they will have to play the game or play the experience with an NFT, and that NFT will have a utility. One of the utilities will be so many tokens of your product,
Okay, great.
or
Awesome.
discount, or a discount of a percentage, or whatever you want to say.
Sounds good. We can catch up.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's really good. So confused what is my kid experience.
Yeah.
I understand it better. Starting from the perspective of a CPG brand, have you done some work, or can you give an example of how a CPG brand or a FMCG brand has used Sandbox as a platform to connect into the omni-channel world and actually benefited?
No, as an omnichannel. We'll have to look at it, but tough
Anything
to
on the
answer.
CPG space or packaged food space, beverages, something?
Not yet got anyone in the packaged food space yet. But it will come eventually. Yeah, sure.
Brands you spoke about are really big.
Yeah.
They're massive. So to see perspective, smaller startups like us from the food space, it'll be interesting to see how that really transpires into.
So we did with Starbucks, right? Again, but that's a huge brand. So that's I know that's a problem. Yeah, but
It's a nice problem to have. But
yeah. No, but we believe that we want to get That's why we're doing a local business, right? Where we have Bharat Box, which is for India, and or with Korea. We've done a lot of Korean brands actually. I'm not sure because I'm not sure Korean and Japan. We'll share this with you. Let me look into this. With local Korean brands and local Japanese brands, for sure we've done it with them. So we can share with you those examples. But probably brands you've not heard of and I've not heard of, right? So we've done it for them. So I'll share those with you. But the idea is in India, we want to make a conscious effort, not just to work with the TVS Motors of the world or work with the Eros of the world, right? We want to we want to help get smaller brands access to the user base, get access to the map, to being present along with these larger brands, right? We do that.
But just kids today, I see my kids or their friends always spending time in the metaverse, which it's interesting. How do you transpose that, and how do you interface the product
Yeah.
in there? And
So like I said, right? So it's not just play to earn, right? Because you have other games where you can play money and mobile gaming and real money game and all that. But the metaverse or a decentralized platform is different because you can own your asset, you can build a game, a kid can build a game in the future. Then you can play the game, you can meet other people, and then you can earn.
does all this for you, or do we have to do it all ourselves?
No, so excellent question, right? So there are two parts. The first part is getting your land where we get the land for you
You
and
gotta buy the land.
yeah, of course. And then the second part is we have studios and we do the development for you as well. But that's a creative process. Like he asked a question, what will I make for my logistics product? So each experience of each brand which you see is different. It's not a tailor, it's not a specific model. So we sit with your team, customize the solution, create what you want. We create a GD, it's called a game design document. So it'll be made for you. And then after that it'll be developed. So it's a good 3 month timeline to
What's
save
kind of
money.
gestation period? Is 2 years to really see any benefit?
No, immediately. That's as soon as you go live. So once you sign, probably 3-4 months for development, and then go live on month 6. So month 6 onwards, you can start having
Face, man.
Yeah. So
Very intriguing.
Gather from what Karan was saying, they're playing the Robin Hood right now. From where I stand, they're using big brands to get more and more customers on the verse, so that younger brands like ourselves can go and get those customers. It's where from my vantage point, is
Yeah,
that true?
correct. We are getting bigger IPs and brands first, which we've already done at a global level, and also specifically doing it for India because we understand that Indian audiences will be different. So the idea is that we give you an access through large global IPs, large Indian IPs. We present along with them and show your brand show your experience, show your product to a global audience, to all your customers all across the world, right?
Robin Hood, huh?
Yeah. Thank you.
Keep getting for Karan, yeah, guys. Lovely.
Team is here as well, and so we are around for lunch and after that. So happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Karan, for a lovely presentation. Wow. काफी कुछ सीख लिया आज, I hope, right? But our distinguished guests are going to be here throughout the day, along with our partners, so you can still catch up with them on the problem that affects you as a brand, right? They're here with us throughout the day, right? But now moving forward, I'm sure everyone's hungry, so am I, right? I have a big appetite, let's say, right? But before that, I would just like to play something very cool for you, right? D2C Insider as a community, right, supports farm challengers. It's a very interesting concept. It helps showcase nuances of farming, sustainability, and mindful consumption in the form of very, entertaining reality game, right? We have a show reel also for that. Is the show reel ready? Right. Let's get the show reel on. It's a reality game show where contestants from Bangalore volunteer for a unique challenge. I have done all those challenges myself to test them out if they're right. Really fun challenges. No, I did not. They were scary to look at also for myself. But now, can I request Shruti to come on stage, please? Please, we've had 7 beautiful sessions, right? Enlightening sessions. It's time to honor them together and thank them for their valuable time. Can I request Karan to come on stage? Karan, can you guys come on stage for a small picture with the your colleagues on the other side? Anuj, Anuj from Zestard. Anuj, you there? Can someone call Anuj, please? Right? Akshay, Naveen, Advait, Siddharth, and Deepthi. Did I miss anyone? I think while we wait for Anuj, anyone who's had the first event here, I know you've been here. I know he's been here. First event for you, Karan, with the D2C Insider team, right?
Yes.
First event. I hope you've got your muscles on because what you're going to get is going to test some muscle and physical muscle. So we have some valuable goodie bags for all of you guys from our brand partners, and they're heavy, and they're really heavy, right?
Okay, it's okay. I'm used to it.
She has dumbbells in her office. Naveen can swear for it. Just to hand them over. Please give it up, guys, for the gentlemen and ladies on the stage. I called Advait. Where is Advait? He left for the day. I will take his goodie bag and I will see if I can deliver it or finish it off myself. I have two now. I will give one to my wife and she'll be very happy. So all of you have to pick it up like in one and do this. Let's do a flex together.
So, guys, there's a concept around goodie bag, and it started again with the
You can put it
community.
on our shoulders.
When we did our first event, there was few brands who were saying, "Hey, can we send our products to consume during the event?" Because everyone felt like it's their own family wedding, and they're participating. So, a huge round of applause for all the brands who are the part of the goodie bag. It takes operational level, next level in order to manage these. And thanks to Justify and the operations team who has managed these goodie bag and made sure is as heavy as you can see. Or you feel. So, thank you. That's it.
They always have a target, right? The last goodie bag has to be heavier than the last previous one. So this one would be what, 28 kgs, something like that. So you have to change your bags also now, right? It is. अरे अनुज भाई आप आगे आइए थोड़ा वो कह रहा है वो no no I will no I will come I would request all of you to join us on stage for one picture, please, all of you. सिद्धार्थ एक और फोटो सबके साथ. Guys, come on stage, please join us for a picture, right? Right. Where is Kshitij? Kshitij, Reshmi, come on stage, all of you. इसको remove. From experience, I'm telling you, you can sit here for the best pictures. Just have a seat and be comfortable. Those are the best pictures you get. Come. आ जाओ. दिल में जगह होनी चाहिए. Come. आ जाओ अमीन. दिल में जगह है हमारे बहुत. आ रहा हूँ मैं। नहीं मैं जगह बना दूंगा, मैं जगह बना दूंगा।
अपने आप जगह बन जाएगी।
Hi, Rajat. I'm
Like the paparazzi got you here. Airport look on. Catch you after the lunch for the Pitchathon. Please enjoy your meal. बोलने की
Check, 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 song test. Check, test. 1, 2. Check, song test. Check, 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 2. 1, 1. Check, 1. Mic test. Mic test. 1, 2. Check, song test. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Check, song test. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4.
This one, two. Yeah, this check. This 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 2.
Six brands present in front of about 25 investors, all relevant to the D2C ecosystem. Fantastic being here at the D2C event. Great crowd here, great brands, great vendors, great partners, and fantastic food. Internet outdated because we got something special for you. It's called speed networking. Look at this. You have about 50 D2C entrepreneurs, speed networking here, and exchanging ideas, building relationships, and figuring out what's the good ideas to take from each other and what you can learn together. First D2C Insider event, and the community is electrifying. I think there's a strong movement here. We're at the heart of it. World take notice. D2C Insider is here. A lot of people say Bangalore is all about tech, but we really saw, we see buzz in the ecosystem. We had the best investors, the best enablers, the best founders. And the great part about DC Insiders is everyone feels safe as a community. We feel safe to share. I had more than 15 founders come to me and say, "Hey, I don't want money. I don't want money. It's not advice on the specific problems." It's amazing of ideas, collaboration that people are taking. Incredible crowd, credible energy. What a lovely evening having at the D2CC actually made the chapter. It was lovely. In fact, we had so many brilliant minds, and it was humbling as well. See, yes, they know every category is going to open up, new brands being bought, and leaving a legacy behind for consumers in the future to enjoy and cherish. So, all the best to all the founders building, and if we can play a small part in helping you with your success, we'd be so happy as Shopify. Thank you. Huge kudos to the D2C Insider community for putting this off. and we had 6 brands present in front of about 25 investors, all relevant to the D2C ecosystem. I am Vikas Vinayak, founder of Happy Love. Fantastic being here at the D2C Insider event. Great crowd here, great brands, great investors, great partners, and fantastic tools. Tinder is outdated because we've got something special for you. It's called speed networking. Look at this. We have about 50 D2C entrepreneurs speed networking here and exchanging ideas, building relationships, and figuring out what's the good ideas to take from each other and what we can learn together. So, like a lot of the D2C insider when really space setup has been beautiful. Panel discussions, the great shows, and we can have to a lot from other partners. Cinema, communications inside of search. First D2C Insider event, and the community is electrifying. I think there's a strong movement here. We are at the heart of it. World take notice. D2C Insider is here. A lot of people say Bangalore is all about tech, but we really saw the B2C buzz in the ecosystem. We had the best investors, the best enablers, the best founders. I think the great part about D2C Insider is that everyone feels safe as a community. We feel safe to share. I had more than 15 founders come to me and say, "No, I don't want money. I don't want funding. I just want your advice on specific problems." It's an amazing yes, collaboration that we have at D2C. Incredible crowd, incredible energy. What a lovely evening we're having. We actually get chapter. It was lovely interacting with so many brilliant minds and it was humbling as well. See, every category is going to open up, new brands being born and leaving a legacy behind for consumers in the future to enjoy and cherish. So all the best to all the founders building, and if we can play a small part in helping you with your success, we'd be so happy as Shopify. Thank you. Huge kudos to the D2C Insider community for putting this off. D2C media work 3 times bigger than we have 1,000 people. Pleasantly surprised to see how amazing this community and the kind of energy. Kapil Makhija, I'm the CEO of Unicommerce. In addition to the D2C Insider community, but it's very heartening to see such a vibrant community. This is the first time we're associated for the event. And of course, I'm a D2C founder, so very happy to be here. So this D2C Insider community has helped me a lot. So every time I used to ask the questions in the community, and I really get the quick solutions from the fellow D2C members. I'm Rishabh Mariwala. I'm an investor. We run Sharp Ventures. Today is fantastic. I think I love the energy. I think I've met some top quartile entrepreneurs. Slavia, who is the founding member of DTC Insider, and Krishna Vedya from Royal West. Good part about this community is most of the people want to support and want to make it bigger and bigger. Positively surprised with so many people who've shown up today. I think it's vibrant, it's fun, and we look forward to spending the rest of the evening with the other founders. But thanks again to D2C Insider. Great event today. D2C as a community blossom and D2C Insider absolutely lead this revolution. I'm always very excited to meet fellow founders and very senior people from the industry. It's always a great journey and experience. It's been great. Everything has been so energetic, so great. Amazing. Didn't know that Bombay event could be so successful. But who thought that we will have 280 phenomenal founders to be a part of this amazing evening? D2C meetup got 3 times bigger than we had 1,000 people. So pleasantly surprised to see how amazing this community and the kind of energy. Kapil Makhija, I'm the CEO of Unicommerce. In addition to the D2C Insider community, but it's very heartening to see such a vibrant community. This is the first time we're associated for the event. And of course, I'm a D2C founder, so very happy to be here. So this D2C Insider community has helped me a lot. So every time I used to ask the questions in the community, and I really get the quick solutions from the fellow D2C members. So I'm Rishabh Mariwala. I'm an investor. We run Sharp Ventures. Today is fantastic. I think I love the energy. I think I've met some top quartile entrepreneurs. I would like to Kshitij Yadav, who is the founding member of D2C Insider. Krishna Yadav from Royal West. Good part about this community is most of the people want to support and want to make it bigger and bigger. Positively surprised with so many people who've shown up today. I think it's vibrant, it's fun, and look forward to studying the rest of the evening with the other members. But from D2C Insider, great event today. D2C as a community blossom and D2C Insider absolutely lead this revolution. I'm always very excited to meet fellow founders and very senior people from the industry. It's always a great learning in the experience. It's been great. Everything has been so energetic, so great. Amazing. Didn't know that one day event could be so successful. But who thought that we will have 280 phenomenal founders to be a part of this amazing evening? Because D2C meetup works 3 times bigger than we have 1,000 people. So pleasantly surprised to see how amazing this community and the kind of energy. Kapil Makhija, I'm the CEO of Unicommerce. In addition to the D2C Insider community, but it's very heartening to see such a vibrant community. This is the first time we're associated for the event. And of course, I'm a B2C founder, so we're very happy to be here. So this B2C Insider community has helped me a lot. So every time I used to ask the questions in the community, and I really get the quick solutions from the fellow D2C members. So I'm Rishabh Mariwala. I'm an investor. We run Sharp Ventures. Today is fantastic. I think I love the energy. I think I've met some top quartile entrepreneurs. I would like to Kshitij Ladya, who is the founding member of D2C Insider. Krish Ladya from World Invest. Good part about this community is most of the people want to support and want to make it bigger and bigger. Positively surprised with so many people who've shown up today. I think it's vibrant, it's fun, and look forward to studying the rest of the evening with the other members. But from D2C Insider, great event today. D2C as a community blossom and D2C Insider absolutely lead this revolution. I'm always very excited to meet fellow founders and very senior people from the industry. It's always a great learning and engaged field. It's been great. Everything has been so energetic, so great. Amazing. Didn't know that Bombay event could be so successful. But who thought that we will have 280 phenomenal founders to be a part of this amazing movement? D2C meetup works 3 times bigger than we have 1,000 people. So pleasantly surprised to see how amazing this community and the kind of energy. Kapil Makhija, I'm the CEO of Unicommerce. In addition to the D2C Insider community, but it's very heartening to see such a vibrant community. This is the first time we're associated for the event. And of course, I'm a B2C founder, so we're very happy to be here. So this B2C Insider community has helped me a lot. So every time I used to ask the questions in the community, and I really get the quick solutions from the fellow D2C members. So I'm Rishabh Mariwala. I'm an investor. We run Sharp Ventures. Today is fantastic. I think I love the energy. I think I've met some top quartile entrepreneurs. I would like to Speaker Claudia, who is the founding member of D2C Insider, Harsh Vedya from Royal West. Part about this community is most of the people want to support and want to make it bigger and bigger. Positively surprised with so many people who've shown up today. I think it's vibrant, it's fun, and look forward to spending the rest of the evening with the other members. But from D2C, great developments. D2C as a community blossom and D2C Insider absolutely lead this revolution. I'm always very excited to meet fellow founders and very senior people from the industry. It's always a great learning and experience for me. It's been great. Everything has been so energetic, so great. Amazing. Didn't know that one day event could be so successful. But who thought that we will have 280 phenomenal founders to be a part of this amazing evening? See, we have got 3 times bigger than we have 1,000 people. Pleasantly surprised to see how amazing.